Hello, gamers. Resisting the urge to cough as soon as I start talking. Hello, hello. Rare Sunday night stream 2 weeks in a row? Wow. Sorry, but my schedule is also... There's our cough. Hi. Welcome. Why is my camera angled so high? But hello, hi. I hope you had a good weekend, a good Sunday. I know this is another weird time for streaming, because the plans that I had last week that were canceled due to snow, they're actually happening tomorrow instead, so I can't stream tomorrow. Hiccup, sorry. Yeah, no stream tomorrow, so I'm streaming tonight instead. I do have a pretty ambitious schedule planned for this week. Yes, fellow Manfred haters. Hello, Jeff, how are you? Words. I currently have a set to stream 5 times this week because I'm feeling ambitious and I want to like get the ball rolling on this game. Things are happening and I think we're on track to finish this game next week, which is exciting because we're gonna start case 4 today, most likely. I don't know how long this last little bit of case 3 will be, but we could start case 4. And I know the finale cases of these games tend to be pretty long, but we should finish it next week. And then we will get into Final Fantasy IX, which I'm really excited for. I kind of have a JRPG itch right now. I want to play a new JRPG, and Final Fantasy IX seems perfect for that. Man, I want to play so many JRPGs. There's so many in my backlog that I need to get to. And all my homies hate Manfred. Real. Oh my god, why does my one bang look weird? Why does this one bang like... Anyways. Anyways. Sorry. Brushing my hair. Yeah, I want to play a new JRPG, and Final Fantasy IX seems perfect. I know that's not a new one, but, you know. I want to play... I do have a JRPG itch right now that I need to scratch. I think replaying Metaphor, doing my New Game Plus and Metaphor, maybe want to play another JRPG. And I've been watching a couple other people play Metaphor lately as well, and that makes me want to play another game in that vein. So I'm very excited to start Final Fantasy IX in the near future. But we gotta get through this first, which I'm having a great time, and I already enjoyed this more than the first investigations. I'm already more intrigued, let's say. I mean, I enjoyed the first one, but I'm like, there's a lot more intrigue and personal connection to Edgeworth that I'm gathering from this one so far. Like, it feels more centered on Miles Edgeworth himself, rather than like things happening around him. So it feels kind of more personal in a way. And I'm very excited to see where it goes. I don't know what the end game is here, but I still think it would be cool if this game puts him on the path to becoming chief prosecutor. But yeah, this game does feel more Miles-centric than the first one. But yeah. What did y'all do anything fun this weekend? Today, I didn't really do much. I attempted another Gold Stakes run in Balatro, because I'm up to Gold Stake on the blue deck. And I have not yet won. But it's fine. We'll get there eventually. I feel like I always start out pretty strong and then I get cooked a couple antes in, which, you know what, that's just how the cookie crumbles, I guess. Sorry, my mug is like almost overflowing with coffee. I am having coffee, even though that's probably not a good idea, but I need energy, and I think I need a hot drink too. I know coffee's not like the best for your voice because it's a diuretic, and it can lead to like, it's not like dehydrating or anything, but the warmth in my throat helps me do voices better. And I need that because the past week, I think just the cold air and the weather has been making my vocal cords feel so tight, and that like doing any kind of voice has just been a hassle in this game. And I want to do good voices. I want to properly do that. Yeah. Oh my god, Pumpkin Hill. God, this song is so stupid and I love it. God, I need to play more Sonic Heroes too. I'm also thinking, I need to find, sorry, words. I'm like brain jumping all over the place. I need to get caught up on some of the other like Shadow games so I can play Shadow Generations, because I think I do want to stream that. I just need to test out streaming from my Switch, because I have the game on Switch. I could get it on Steam, but I already have my brother and I kind of like share game copies sometimes, and we have it on the Switch. So perhaps I could stream that. I think I have to stream it actually because Robbie Damon is in it. I can't not stream it when he's in it. I'll have to find out when I'm actually gonna squeeze that in, but it would probably be like a 1 or 2 stream game. I don't think it's very long. Oh my god, camera, please focus. But yeah. Anyways, I don't have much to yap about, so why don't we just hop right into the game? Sorry, Pumpkin Hill. Goodbye. Alright. So we're probably gonna finish case 3 today. Exciting. I have like already 54 hours in Investigations collection between these 2 games. That's so long. It does not feel like it's been that long. Anyways, here we are. The identity of the body. So, the body of the past has turned up in the present. In the last little segment we had with Gregory, we've determined that the body had been, like, moved and stored somewhere. Yeah, victim of the IS-7 incident, his body went missing not long after it was discovered, and his body just turned up today. So I'm guessing it has been frozen for 18 years. And who would do that? I don't know. Eddie seems to be pretty skeptical of Judy. I don't know if like she's just like that much of a freak and decided to like freeze his body for whatever reason. I don't know. I truly don't know. But honestly, she is kind of like the main suspect right now, I must say. At least like the main suspect of the current case. Although we came up with the idea that he released the gas. The question is whether he did that knowingly or not. I have no case, but I must sue real. This case isn't even brought to court, and yet they still have the winner doing an investigation. This dude. Anyways, let's keep going. We found his body here. And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of the IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. I'm finally learning the truth about my father's lost case. So what happened at the trial? Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us. Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangerole was innocent? Because Von Karma sucks. Oh, we could prove it all right. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we feared. I can imagine. Secure a conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle. And then he killed Gregory. Yeah, ain't that the truth. Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. Whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. December 28th, oh, that was the following year. Okay. So I was off by a whole year. So this case, this is before like the 3-day trial limit came into play. Okay. So we were all of our jokes about Gregory dying in 3 days turned out to be a year and 3 days. So that was the year 2000 then. That would make sense, because this is like early 2019, I believe, when this game takes place. And yeah, 18 years would be like 2000 plus and then some, I don't know. Trying to figure out the timeline. But yes, December 28th the following year. It's April now, so, oh mama, we're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh? December 28th. I was there that day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. Oh. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was so bad, he even said he wanted to be found guilty. That's not a typo. It was so bad, even said he wanted to be found guilty. Should that be he even said he wanted to be found guilty? I mean, that would be proper grammar. Do we count this as a typo or just like a speech quirk? I'll let it slide. Wait, you mean they forced the confession out of him? Okay, maybe this is supposed to be forced. I will count that as a typo. 9. Yeah, Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. When Gregor tried to drop the bombshell of there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. He even had himself a fake autopsy report. Brother! But that wasn't the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. But Gregory still had an ace in the hole, though. Yeah, this thing they were discussing in the past. The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with? Exactamundo. He knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed a confession out of Samson. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogations. I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did, but he was a trooper. Stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good old Bad. They don't make him like that anymore. Oh, Greg! Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Sideman, Inside Man. Ha ha ha, Von Karma's inside man. Samson's interrogator and the initial device before Bad, he took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor. For the one and only time in his 40-year career. And that pissed him off so much he did murder. They, like, tortured this man for a full year. Like, laws and ethics don't really seem to matter in this universe, but good God. Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but of the whole sad affair. I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangaroa guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. Aww. So now I'm thinking back. Sorry, since we know this is actually, the trial was actually a year after the initial investigation. So when Edgeworth was talking about, or when Gregory was saying like, oh, I'm worried that Miles won't be able to make friends. He wasn't friends with Larry and Phoenix at that time. Okay. But at this point he was. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy. He never got the chance. I should have left with him that day. I'll always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. No. Oh, baby Edgy. When he doesn't have the lines on his face. Rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. I hope you can forgive me. No, you had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned.
Joker, there's a treasure chest.
And that's when we get more money! I went on to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as the main culprit of Mr. Frost's murder. Nope. And that's not right. He was convicted as an accomplice, right? Sam was an accessory to murder. Strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? This file's been doctored. The part about the verdict, it's been changed. What? Here, feast your papers on this. Okay. Organizer of confectionery contest. Victim's body was found inside one of his creations. Okay. Taste disorder, subsequently cured via medication. What medication? Medication that could have only been made via the cookbook's recipe? Convicted as an accomplice. That's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse. Then why is my copy so different? Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? My guess is he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up. Didn't want his son thinking there was a murderer there at large. Gee, isn't that rich coming from Manfred? So everything I believed about the case was a lie. Like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. What's important is you know what's what now. The statute of limitations may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know? I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else, too. The great Von Karma wasn't going to bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, a long story short, the killer was never found, and Samson was found guilty instead.
That's terrible! Is there really nothing we can do to help him?
Not without the real perp, I'm afraid. Until then, his confession stands. Is he still in prison? I guess he would be, probably. He wouldn't have been, like, given the death penalty for accessory, right? Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. Oh, fuck that!
How could he?
Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't gonna take any chances, so he did what he was told and best to keep her safe. I'm thinking, oh my god, sorry. I thought my mouse died for a second. Now I'm thinking, if he says there's no way Judy could have done it, especially if she looked up to Paul Halik, well, I'm wondering if maybe Carmelo Gusto killed Artie Frost in the past, and Judy Bound somehow knows that or suspects that, and she set up that trap to try to kill him now, in the present. That's my current theory. He's the murderer in the past, and she set up this trap to kill him in the present. Now, riddle me this, mousy boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died?
Ah, that's right!
You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa. Bingo! Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise, but Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changed the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day. Aww, we're finishing Gregory's work for him. I kind of love that. We're gonna get this conviction overturned and can finish Gregory's last task. Aww. That's so sweet.
How heartbreaking. You've got to do something, Mr. Fender.
Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. Funky music. The ice sculptures are back on display, just like they were all those years ago. We're gonna go see what we can find out, right, Mazzarino? I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you and my father. Miles. But that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth, I want to know the truth behind both of these cases, and I'm not leaving until I do. You really are old Gregory's son, through and through. Alrighty then. Now that that's sorted, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? So we have all of that in our court record now. Documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The parts in red ink are my annotations. Okay. Thank you, Fender. And here's some evidence for you. Enjoy! There's quite a few, so I'd take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Small mountain of evidence from the IS-7 incident received from Fender. Cool. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. Alright, so let's see everything we got. We have our case files. Statute of limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. Okay. Murder weapon. 18 years ago. Rock salt lamp. Taste disorder. Convicted as an accomplice. Artie Frost. Contestant in the confectionery contest. Body was discovered in Tangaroa's room. Cause of death is blood loss following a blow to the head. No detailed autopsy report due to the body going missing, question mark. And then the picture. And then we have some evidence. We have the cookbook, which should have the recipe to curing his disorder. The salt lamp. And the photo.
You know, our current case is just full of loose threads too, come to think of it.
Sorry, I think my Fender voice was already straining my vocal cords. Indeed. The key players of that incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which has been disguised to look like the Winter Wing. The 2 chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue's display case, ubiquium and asphyxian, that form a poisonous gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusto, who is no stranger to the events of 18 years ago, and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past. Isn't that how it always goes in Ace Attorney? Usually that's for the finale case, but good God, this is case 3. We still got more to go. Which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago.
Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating.
Objection!
Oh my God, you're here?
Oh, no, you don't. Aren't you forgetting somebody? I could have sworn this is my investigation.
Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee. What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I'm simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation. Your offer is duly noted and duly declined.
Oof. She isn't pulling any punches.
The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea of who our mystery victim might be.
What? Really? Then you have to tell me. It's the law.
Very well. Are those the exact same? No, they can't be the exact same ice sculptures because they melted. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculpture that have resurfaced. Oh my God, I can't read. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. Eustace, who wasn't even born back then. Oh my God, he looks so hardened now. He looks so old and tired.
Take that!
I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost. What? You're saying that was poor Chillywinks?
Wait, who the heck is Chillywinks, sir? Artie or whoever it is you're talking about?
Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace. I too look old and tired now. Oh, no, wasted. I hope you're doing well. Although he was better known as Paul Halik. The sculptures on display here are all his works.
No way. Sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner.
Mr. Frost was also the victim in the IS-7 incident. Judge Goodell knows about the IS-7 incident. Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. And according to police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out. Sure, that's what the records say, but the records can't always be trusted. What are you insinuating? But while the records say stuff like body totally recovered, the defense then begged to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. She likes to make up last names so much. Wait, who likes to make up last names? Is that... Oh, it's you.
Yeah? This is Winner. What, really?
What is it, Eustace?
The body. We've got an ID.
Am I right?
Some sculpture called Frost or something. So I guess Edgeworth called it.
Goddess of Justice! So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gavel, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case? Eustace? Used to this case? Eustace? More than a certain junior prosecutor. Oh!
No there! You're trying to steal the win!
I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together. We do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Objection!
Get him, Eddie. Well there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that. Sorry, voice. Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender. Yep, see, I was on the defense team for IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or, to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it. Now, who better to help you unpick that mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Judge Gavel seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident in some detail. In which case, I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf. Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edge. Brother, my dad was the defense attorney! He's the son of the original defense attorney and the protege of the case's lead prosecutor. And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial, too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? Very well. You may both assist in the investigation. But only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The Winter Wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours. Alrighty. Glad to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. I wanna take a look. And they're sons, okay. Does she have some kind of connection to IS-7? Why don't we bring it in? Shall we're all on the side? Hit him with your hammer. Your gavel. Do not test me, Miss Defender. Why did I turn British? Your permission to investigate can be revoked at— oh my god, my voice. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time. Duly noted, Your Honor. This is a turn up for the books, huh, Milesy? We get to do our thing after all. Thanks to your immeasurable help as always. No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Alright. Okay, I'll be investigating my own thing, so just holler if you find something interesting. I will.
Bye-bye.
My bangs look weird today. Well, okay, shall we?
Heck yeah! Let the investigation commence.
We're still unclear on two key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source of the ubiquium.
You're right. We need some more intel.
Indeed. Let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost.
It's used in stuff like dish soap and paint, right?
Correct. It's also bright red in color as it has a distinctive minty fragrance. In the past, in the flashback that we just had, didn't Judy's candies taste minty? They were like sweet. Somebody said something about something tasting minty. Unless I'm like no. It wasn't her candies that were minty, what was it? Somebody mentioned something tasting minty or like smelling minty.
Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for.
All right. I'll trust a memory over mine. That rings a bell in some capacity. Or maybe they mentioned it in the previous investigation in the present day, and that's where I'm remembering it.
It's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. The man's got a real pained look in his eyes, though. Is this another Paul Halik piece?
Yes, from his younger years when he was something of a dreamer. He depicted those closest to him by means of a motif taken from nature. The piece is titled My Parents. Wow, very original.
Guess the mom's showing brightest in that house.
Tea! Miss Bound's tea set is laid out neatly on the serving cart.
The pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea.
Understandably so, the cup we were given was delicious.
Looks like all the stuff was designed by Mr. Frost.
Interesting. In that case, I think we better take a closer look. It wasn't the tea. The mint wasn't the tea, right? It was like Ceylon blend, which is like citrusy, right? Not minty? So this dishware was made by Artie Frost.
It looks very fancy.
Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. So let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to.
Whoa, this stuff's really worth that much?
Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Bound must really be a fan of Mr. Frost like Fender to still have this. Okay. Hey, Edgy! What is it? You be careful with that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Uh-oh. Girl, are you gonna take that away? Honored guests. I can pour you a cup if you like. Miss Bound. Ah, Judy! I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourselves out. Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt. 2 cups coming right up. Is the tea gonna be minty?
This smells great. Wow, it tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identified by its citrus aroma, but... Miss Bound, is this the same blend you served this morning? Why, yes. Is it all right? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? Oh, no, not at all. It's just the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. Really? That's odd. I used the exact same blend both times. I can't see what would account for the difference. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you? What's gotten under your skin, Larry? Nothing, you're just rude, that's all. You don't even try to call me by the right name. It's Laurice Donham, dang it! You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you. Okay. All right, Larry. Well, that was childish even for him. Sorry, I'm getting water.
Wow, what happened there?
Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. Oops. A moon-shaped teapot accompanied by a set of star-shaped cups. Is the set with which, yeah, just now, the tea smelled different? The table. The tablecloth draped over the cart is pure white and completely spotless. There's a good mint flavor and there's a medical version of mint, which is a war crime.
And it's just waiting for me to and it's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge, clear my mind, and whoosh!
She could do it in a way that would remove just the tablecloth, right? Kay, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be.
Oh, come on! What's the worst that can happen? Even if it does go all sideways, we'll just wind up with a cool tea-colored tie-dye.
Yes, well, I'd rather it remain white, plus I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it.
Really? But there are so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown.
Girl. A caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. It's a well-crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality the blend Miss Bound serves. Alright. Let's inspect everything else.
Statues of a man and a woman in old-timey clothes. Did Paul Halik make these as well?
Yes, it seems he created them later in his life once he had begun to make a name for himself. His wife pushed him to sculpt the two of them as ancient gods, and he couldn't say no to his beloved. The title is The Beautiful Goddess Venus and Her Humble Servant.
Wow, talk about putting your goddess on a literal pedestal. Those are tulips by the door, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, it leads to the spring wing. The spring wing! It rhymes.
Ah, spring. A popular time to move house. Which makes it open season for great thieves.
Housebreaking is a little beneath a great thief, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Hey there, Malzarino. What's the situation with the investigation? Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. Guess I better step up my game too, then. Miles Edgeworth, prosecutor. I gotta say, I never saw that coming. I'm sorry, Fenda. Hey, that wasn't a dig. You had your reasons, I'm sure. I'm glad you got to see what the courtroom looks like from the other side for once. It's a whole different ballgame, let me tell ya. Actually, I have stood at the defense's bench once. Yep. Ah! Oh my god, he liked being in Phoenix's shoes. Aww. I mean, obviously he's gonna stay as a prosecutor and become the chief prosecutor, but you know, that could be, you know, if he ever did actually decide to change sides. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how? It's got the lot. Melting statues in the Winter Wing and even the murder victim's body.
But how did nobody ever figure out that the body had gone missing?
Frost had no family apart from his son. What about his wife? They literally just mentioned his wife here. And well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Gusto's son too. Him and his best pal from school both just up and disappeared. How old were they? They're friends? Okay, hear me out. That's Simeon and Knight. I'm trying to think of the sons disappearing and who they could be of like an appropriate age. They would have been like, what, like 7 years old at the time? Because in the present day, they were both like 24, right? I mean, they don't look like either of them. Or they don't really look like either of them here. Although Simeon did always like have his eyes closed. I don't know. I need a picture of Bronco Knight. Did his eyes look like this? Hello, Abaddon. I think I'm cooking and burning the kitchen potentially. So the sons went missing. Knight seems important to this whole game. I don't think we've heard the last of his name, even though he's dead now. What if? What if that's him? And weren't he and Simeon childhood friends? I don't know. I don't know.
What? And they were never found?
Gusto's boy wasn't. Not as far as I heard, anyhow. Guess Frost Kid turned up in the end, though. He collected his inheritance and so— okay, maybe I'm wrong. Well, with no family around just after the incident, Frostco, no funeral, no nothing. So no need for the police to release the body. No need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. Filed their fake autopsy report and nobody was any the wiser. Well, almost nobody. I still can't believe Mr. Von Kammel would have stooped so low. So, Gusto's son disappeared, Frost's son got his inheritance. Alright. I meant to inspect this stain. Can I, like, not inspect the stain? There is a giant spill on the ground. From the color and aroma, I'd say this is a puddle of spilt tea. What an atrocity. What if the Key and K's hair is the key to her heart? Nah, I think she keeps that thing locked up and protected. Like, she's a thief. She's smart. She wouldn't hide, although I guess you could say hiding in plain sight is like a strategy. But nah, I feel like she'd be more tricky with hiding that. Sometimes I just lurk. No worries about him, please. Do what you gotta do. If you want to play it for yourself, please do not spoil this for yourself.
And look, there's a small... Oh my god. There's a small chunk of ceramic in it.
PH.
I guess somebody must have broke something.
I know that insignia. And a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too. Alright.
They put sunflowers by the door. Nice.
A fitting adornment for the entrance to the summer wing, I suppose.
Summer is also vacation time. And every great thief knows it means tourists with bulging wallets.
Pickpocketing, Kay? Isn't that a little beneath a great thief?
Yeah, maybe you're right.
I still watch here, I'll try my best to reset my mind. No worries, do whatever you gotta do about him. Why is there a lift card just sitting out here in the open? It's the one that was in the picture! No way! Well, the one from the past. I don't have that in my thing anymore.
Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy.
The top of the platform seems to be wet. You know, I've got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. Yeah, in the past.
You mean like 18 years ago?
How's the headache? It's pretty gone right now. I'm not feeling it right now, which is good. Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I last saw it in Frost's room. He must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you have one of these, you can move giant lumps of ice around, no sweat.
Ooh, just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of these.
Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah? Indeed. After all, it just might have something to do with our case. It does match this thing, too. I'm guessing this is an adjustable height one as well. Glad you're feeling fine, thanks. Wonder if Miles got jealous how much time I got to spend with Phoenix. Stop. I think Edgeworth was a little locked in at that moment. He was he did have his unnecessary feelings, and then he had his whole Miles Edgeworth chooses death era. And then he like went. He's got a lot on his mind. Mr. Winnow is very clear that you're only allowed to investigate this room, so I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir. It wouldn't make much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall. Oh, but we all know a few bricks won't stop you, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, sir.
Wow, he actually sounds kind of scared of you.
Just what kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct? Can I look back here? It's a selection of trophies won by Paul Halik, or rather Artie Frost. Evidently, he was a very well-respected artist.
Well, you've got one too, Mr. Edgeworth. So it's about time I won one too. Guess I'll have to find some thieving contest to enter. Or you could set something up. Something with a nice ceremony at the end and all that.
Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests. Elevator. It seems the elevator is only accessible to select individuals.
I wonder what's upstairs.
Among other things, the medical room. That's where Mr. Gusto is being treated.
I hope he's all right. He got some questions that need answering as soon as he wakes up.
Since there's no way of knowing when that might be, we should explore other avenues in the meantime. Yeah, don't make him go on an elevator. Oops. Oh, it's the same dialogue. Hey. Do you mind, Mr. Winner? You're in my way. Psst.
I do mind, actually, and I'm not going anywhere. You'll just have to go around me.
Oh, he just thought you might want to move up to a better spot. That's... Psst. Yes, you're not in the best possible place to stand in this room. There's a better place to stand.
What better spot? I demand that you show it to me at once.
Is that really all it takes to make you do whatever we want? Psst. Aw, poor kid.
The door here's marked with a nice autumny-looking tree.
And yet it leads to the winter wing. I suppose it's all part of the deception.
I could steal the leaves if you like. Make things a little more wintry.
I think you better leave them alone, Kay. Don't think you've gotten away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be reporting your actions to the committee. Do whatever you need to do, Judge Gavel.
And we'll do the same.
You are the self-styled Great Thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth's association with such a character will be of interest to the committee too, of course.
Go ahead and report me to your stupid committee. I'll be the toast of the thieving community, girl.
Psst, she's so brash. Looks like Judge Gavel will have to think up some new threats if she wants to intimidate Kay.
This thing in front of the door is a fir tree, right?
Yes, they're usually associated with winter, but this door leads to the autumn wing. I suppose it's all part of someone's elaborate ruse.
I could paint it red for that autumny feel.
The greens stay green all year round, Kay, hence the name.
Sure, I knew that.
Do we have any new badge dialogue, or is it still about it being severe? Yeah, very severe, yeah. Same dialogue. Mm-hmm.
There's some kind of connection between our case and the IS-7 incident, isn't there, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's still too early to say for sure, but I find it hard to believe there's no connection at all.
And IS-7 was your dad's case, right? So this can't be a coincidence. It's gotta be fate. The truth is ours for the taking, so let's go grab it and solve both cases at once.
I appreciate the sentiment. I think our first order of business should be to find out where the ubiquium came from.
Gotcha. The red liquid with a minty smell. Let's ask around to see if anybody has any clues to offer. It's a sculpture of a brave warrior battling against a serpent. Did Paul Halik make this one too, Mr. Edgeworth?
He did. It seems he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. This piece embodies the tragic yet gritty determination of the young as they face an impossible situation. It's called the Math Test.
Talk about relatable.
Real. Hi, Larold. I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. Give him the old Edgeworth stare down.
Whoa, quit it with the glare off, you two. It's weird.
No, come on, Kay. You know me better than that. I wasn't staring. I was struck by an idea for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring. Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding. Quit it. I already told you I'm not talking to you anymore. You're talking to me right now. I mean, from now on, I'm not talking to you ever again, starting now. This is getting me nowhere. I suppose I'll have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can get the whole truth out of him. Badge. Oh my god. Come on, Larry, what are you hiding? Not saying. You just spoke to me, Larry.
Look, you two. This is no time for kids' games.
Well, I certainly wasn't playing.
It's pretty clear Larice isn't going to talk to you.
Oh, he'll talk, don't you worry about that. No. The top of the platform is wet.
Maybe someone used it to move something liquidy around?
Yes, but the question is who and what.
Looks like this paddle lets you adjust the height of the platform, Mr. Ashworth.
Indeed, let's give it a try. If you would, Kay.
On it! Ta-da!
A single person could transport quite a heavy load using one of these.
I'll say. I bet I could even cart Gummy off with it.
And for what purpose exactly, may I ask? Because it would be fun. Like, have him sit there and we push him. It would be funny.
That is one swanky teapot.
That's one way of putting it. I lean more towards eccentric myself.
Whatever it is, it won't do for a great thief to remain so ignorant about such chic things.
Actually, your ignorance is my bliss. Psst. Oh my god, I got an achievement for examining the teapot as both Miles and Gregory. Aww. Yeah, didn't Gregory say something about along those lines too, about it being like chic to like Eddie? Aww.
These letters say PH, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes. They showed that the teapot was made by Paul Halik. They're his initials, obviously.
Right, but I thought his real name was Artie Frost.
It was, thereby making this a piece by the victim of the IS-7 incident as well. And his work seemed to be everywhere here in the Zodiac Hall.
Wait, haven't we seen these letters before?
This is the mark of the sculptor Paul Halik, I believe.
But how did a chunk of ceramic end up at the middle of a puddle of tea anyway?
Oh, Larry dropped a teacup. Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Oh, why would you show me that? Tell me, what is it about Miss Bound's tea set that's got you so agitated? If you won't tell me, then perhaps you'd prefer to explain it to Judge Gavel. Wait, don't make me look bad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy. Larry, you can't be that delusional. I want her to see the real me, the real low-down dirty me. I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me. All right, I'll talk. All right, Larry, enough is enough. Now confess. Is that any way to treat your best friend, Edgy? Is this any way for you to treat yours? Oh, hit him with the no you. I get the picture already, so stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. But I got distracted and my hand slipped and smash! I broke the teapot, a priceless work of art. It's in pieces because of me! A teapot? No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming from.
Ouch. You really messed up this time, Laurice.
See, Edgy? Everyone's gonna think less of me now. Judy's never gonna forgive me for this. Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound. Oh my god. My teapot, I see. Well, there's another one right there. I'm sorry, Judy, I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll pay you 50 portraits. Please, Mr. Durham, it's really me who should be apologizing. How could I have failed to notice there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that's safely disposed of. The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset. Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world. Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be? I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. This other teapot you're talking about, it's the one sitting on top of the cart right now, right? What do you mean? What if one of them is like forged or something? Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. And that's when I saw that other pot under there, so I took it out and basically switched them. Okay. Oh, that's why it tastes different. It was a different batch of tea. And this was the tea made with Ubiquium. And that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? I'm sorry. It's really quite all right. Thank you for being so honest. See, Edgy, isn't Judy the absolute best? I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm going to give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models after all. It's only fair. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while? Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way because I sketched her and the others already. Her and the others. Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing buddy.
Interested in Laurice's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr.
Girl. How does anybody think this man is interested in women? I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged, Kay. I'm gay. I simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time, too. Unusual details? Nothing's unusual about these. They're my best work yet.
Really? Now I want to see him, too.
Aw, you're a sweetheart, Kay. All right, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay? I suppose we might as well take a look. Okay. So, these sketches of yours. Seriously, Edgy, if you want to check out my art, you should have just said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eye on this. The girl, oh, there's her candies. Oh, I told you already. Oh my god. So she's got candies there. Just a few of their fair faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know. There's Verity and Judy and somebody else.
Why didn't you draw them all on the same page?
Well, I meant to draw the room at first, just something to pass the time. And then I saw, oh my god, Larry. I hate that he's actually good at art. So these were all drawn at different times. Huh? Yeah, I guess. I didn't want you too, Kay. You're on a different page.
Wow, you did? I'm flattered.
How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw? Of course. You think I draw things I can't see, like using my imagination? Nope, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each color. The colors are accurate, so this had to be one of the lit up tarps, I'm sure. Much as it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving cart in the sketch, for example, if I compare it to the one here in the room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. Yeah, the color. A little deduction. Could I borrow this page for a while, Larry? Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you? Just the page, please. Okay. Delicia wasn't using a tarp, was she? Well, let's continue walking around. It seems the police have already removed the body.
But why did the body of a victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? And why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here?
Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems likely that the body was preserved somehow.
Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensics guy, anything to report?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, the traces of both ubiquium and asphyxium have been detected in the fountain.
I'm gonna say they're probably carried here by the stream from the Autumn Wing.
In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak. The candies. There's sugar in the fountain. Where would it even have come from? Judy, what are you doing? The body's been taken back to the lab, sir. Autopsy's underway. And how's the rest of the fountain looking? Rather beautiful, actually, sir. The water's crystal clear and kind of soothing. Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it not so long ago. Hello there, dearie. Still investigating away, are you? Found anything interesting?
No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyway.
Silly girl. That wasn't a dearie moment. That was more of a lambkin. Oh my god. Sweetheart is for when you're being sympathetic, of course. And treasure is for when they're in a tease. Love is for people you're not that keen on. And petal you use for when you're trying to get... Petal, oh my god. Auntie Ethel. Oh my god. Every time I think of Auntie Ethel, I don't know what to say. There's like a meme of her saying... Somebody made a meme of her saying, I'll rip your spine out to your arsehole. I can't do her accent, but... God. I need to get back to Baldur's Gate 3. I need to continue my Dark Urge run. Because back when I started playing Baldur's Gate, I made like 4 or 5 different tabs. And then I actually finished a game with one of them. But the rest of them are still in progress. And one of them was a Dark Urge Bard. I'm not sure what direction I want to take with her. I'm not sure if I'm going to resist or like follow the urge. But... I don't know, maybe it'll be kind of fun to have a murderous bard, I don't know. I made her a drow, too. Anyways.
Wow, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Mr. Edgeworth, Petal, I hope you're getting all this down.
Don't even try it, Kay.
Oh, dearie me.
Try honor mode? Honor mode scares me. I'll probably do a tactician run before I attempt honor mode. I loved reading like stories of like the dumbest ways people have ended their honor mode runs. Like somebody who like jumped like down from a great height on a cliff and like died and forgot to ungroup their party, so everyone followed them and jumped to their deaths. Where were you before you rejoined us, Miss Bound? I had to go and tell our visitors were closed. Oh, and hand out a little something in apology. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about? Yes, a few things actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. Look at my badge. I must admit I was a little surprised to learn that Gregory Edgeworth's son had become a prosecutor. But then I'm sure a lot has happened since. Yes, that much is certainly true, though I'll spare you the details. And yet the two of you are so alike. You may have chosen different paths, but I can tell you're every bit as righteous and noble as he was. That's very kind of you to say. When it came to his work, my father always had the strength of his convictions. But right now, I'm like a ship lost at sea. I'm not even sure which way to go, let alone who I should be.
The hunt is on. The truth will come out.
But I don't know what that's about.
I guess we're going to find out!
Ta-da! Have I inadvertently stumbled onto the set of Cake Crimes, the musical or something? Alright, anyways. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them? Echo, hello, how are you? Her fan looks like a Santa hat, doesn't it? Oh, you know about what happened back then? In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs for this current exhibit. Quite bad? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about that. I hope it gets better, whatever's going on. I hope it gets better. And take care of yourself, treat yourself. But why go through the trouble of creating replicas? Mr. Frost's Zodiac series was his great unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, recompleted. It was my fault the original set melted in the first place, after all. I see. And is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar? Oh my, you really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of the decorations from one and the other by accident, girl. She's clearly lying. But I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. Can we mind chess? Alright, well, let's do a deduction. Alright, it's the color of this. I guess I present this. I mean, it's probably a luminous cloth, but I'll present the picture to start with. If that's not it, then I'll do the luminous cloth instead. We did put Miku on my desktop though. Bonzi Buddy style, nice. I did see the Hatsune Miku Fortnite collab is really happening. Urethra! It's very silly I can drag Miku and make her sit on my browser. Oh, I love that! I used to love getting like little creatures and characters to like put on my computer and have them like walk around. I think they were called like Shimejis or something. I would try to get them for like a bunch of different like characters and stuff. It was very cute. I liked just throwing them around. Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches? Fascinated by the work of the great Laurice Donham, huh? It's the composition, right? Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted that exactly as you saw it, correct? I already told you, everything is exactly as I saw it. But the tablecloth on the cot here in this room is white. Wow. Your head's so full of crazy theories, the simple stuff just passes you right by, huh? What's that look for? Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart with the tea set, okay? What kind of business? That's right. It was the hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind. That's nothing to boast about. Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight. There it is. With the candy and the blue. Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing? Yeah, and she was pushing a cart, a different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew. Miku Fortnite is in 2 days, and you're gonna get her? Nice. Our fridge is still broken, so I've just been drinking bottled water. How could I not? Real. And what did she do with the serving cot? Well, I saw her wheel it into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you can lift stuff with. A lift cart. Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. It's probably the same cart since they can go up and down. She probably just left the candy and the tarp in there. Never had her down as a shy type, but it just goes to show you never know. Another serving cart and a lift cart.
Is there maybe another tea set too?
We better check with Miss Bound. Are there two serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound? Oh, yes, why do you ask? A certain so-called artist showed us this sketch. I couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue. Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I only use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched.
Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right?
Exactly. If I saw so much as a blemish, have to replace it right away. Could the color of the tablecloth in this sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? Do you have any idea on what you might have been doing when the sketch was drawn? Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties. I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. Imagine the scenes of Miku shooting Kratos. Nice, that would be wild. What exactly were you doing when this sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your cart doesn't have a tea set on it. I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers.
Aw, now I'm jealous. I love chocolate.
Well, there were a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them.
Woohoo! Thanks, Miss Bound.
Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in a pocket. Okay. Slightly melted.
They're super sweet. I love them.
I'm very glad to hear it. They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. But perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. Did you like my chocolates?
Oh yeah, they were super sweet. I loved them.
I'm very happy to hear that. Samson has such a sweet tooth, he wouldn't have had them any other way. They may not look the best at the moment, but her love for her family shines through in how they taste. Oh my, is that me? Yes, it was painted by the so-called artist over there. It's wonderfully drawn. Would you mind if I kept it? I'm sorry, Miss Bound, I'm afraid it's an important piece of evidence. Oh, I see. That's a shame. I suppose Larry's charm is something of a talent if he can impress a gallery owner with sketches like these. Alright, I guess it's logic time. Alright. Let's use our brains. Minty fragrance tea smells different, switch teapots. Different types of tea. One of which may contain ubiquium. I suspect the difference in aroma we notice is due to the teapots having been switched. He didn't make a note about it being minty, unless we're about to get the information about it being minty now.
You do?
I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hadn't changed. Why did we ask Miss Bound, just to be sure? Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot? I suppose so. My cup just now... there's the mint. There's the mint! Aha! Rather like uva tea. Oh, I just remembered. I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from. Could that really be it? No shot. The tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint.
Right. Miss Bound said she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday.
Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of teapots than the breaking of one.
You're right. You'd expect it to be the other way around.
I suspect she may have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart.
But why?
One of Ubiquium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding some in that teapot?
What? In the teapot?
It's simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winner, any luck finding that Ubiquium?
Huh? Oh.
You've just been standing here this whole time. I've been doing all the work.
My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from.
As a matter of fact, I do. I may have an idea.
Huh, I knew it. If I can't find it, there's no chance of using— What? You do know where it came from?
Bro does not listen at all. Yes.
Where?
Miss Bound's teapot.
Wow, nice piece. I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner.
It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence.
Oh, it's just evidence? Then I'll have one of the forensics people check it out.
I love his little, like, leg pop when he does his gesture. Mr. Edgeworth? Is there some sort of problem with my teapot, girl? Possibly the minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas. But, Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that? I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or opportunity to set that up except you. That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time, and Alicia for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it up at all. Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course, you needn't worry about that. And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some ubiquity in my teapot, I wouldn't have had any idea what to do with it. But I suppose we should see what the test results say first. Like, Miku is sitting on the window of the stream. Oh my god, hi Miku! Tell her I said hi! Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Edgeworth speaking. Sir, it's me. Is everything alright, Detective? Everybody's left the window wing, it's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found out. You really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now. Psst. The exhibits in here have all completely melted. All that's left in the display case is some stuff at the bottom. More of it in the Taurus case than in the Gemini case, though. Describe this stuff for me if you can. Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now. A sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it. Which were? Sugar, salt, and blood. Blood? What is salt and blood doing in the Gemini case's sample? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective. Oh, I also spoke over the radio with the forensics guy working in the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. Okay, there's blood in there. Okay. These are the ones from the present day. Do we have the pictures of the statues in the past? Because what are the odds that the statues didn't actually melt and those are the same things as the one from the past? I don't know. Or, oh wait, I think I see. The fountain water was used to make these statues. The fountain water from 18 years ago. That had like sugar and blood in it, and salt and blood. Oh my god. And so Teresa here at Software. Aw, Miku is an anti-fan. Oh my god, I'm so honored that the Hatsune Miku is a fan. That might well prove to be a significant development. This has to have been made with fountain water. Anything else to report, Detective? Yes, sir. We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the Winter Wing, too. There were a few that was being used in the Autumn Wing to disguise it as the Winter Wing, as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. She should team up with young Mitsuru. Oh my god, yes! They would match! With their hair. Anyhow, I better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood. Yes, thank you, Detective. What if those statues are actually from 18 years ago and didn't melt until just now?
Was that Gummy? Seemed like he had a lot to say.
He did, and all of it very useful. If I'm going to prove that Miss Bound's claims about who could have set up the poison gas trap are false, I need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. Okay, can I run an ad right now? I'm just checking. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick little bathroom break. I'll be back in a moment. I'm gonna run an ad, and let's play some Pumpkin Hill in the meantime. Beats. If you want to hear this stupid, goofy music, let's go to Pumpkin Hill.
Fighting freak knuckles, and we're at Pumpkin Hill. You ready? I ain't gonna let it get to me. I'm just gonna creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost speeds. I know that it's here. I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkin in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back him up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gonna creep. Down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery.
Hello, Shadowbringers. Did you guys know that I miss Shadowbringers? Because I do. I don't know if you knew that. Anyways. Hi. Let's chat some more. Hey, you! Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. Of course, dear, fire away. Anything for you, Milesy Smilesy, and dear sweet little Tooth Decay. Oh my god! I'd appreciate it that was the last time you called me Milesy Smilesy. Psst.
I'm not a fan of Tooth Decay either.
Well, you'll just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I've settled on it.
Ugh. Oh, I guess we tried.
Look at my badge. Hold on, that badge of yours. It's not the same as Greggy Peglegs. That's right. My father was a defense attorney. I took a different path. Hello, Ridley. How are you? How goes it? Oh, I see. It's like that, is it? Well, I suppose it's to be expected at your age, dearie. But once you've grown up a bit, I'm sure you'll start to appreciate. Oh my god, girl. How old do you think I am? Everyone goes through a little rebellious phase. Lord knows I had mine. You're finally warm for the first time in 3 days. Let's go! I love that. My career path is not the result of some adolescent phase, Miss Scone. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seem to be some pretty specialized. Oh my god. Sorry. Some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics. Discovered the Rickroll. You just discovered it. Nice. Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. The Rickroll is one of those ones that I always forget I have it until someone redeems it. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It is my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I bought her 4 lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest.
Wow, that's super generous of you.
Well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course. And it better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was. Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you, eh?
A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy? Mr. Fender?
Can't quite picture that, I have to say. I mean, yeah. So these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct? Yep. Salt lamps, glowing fabric, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit. There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it. Yeah, she... She had chocolates in there too. Well, first let's talk about the gas. Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How much will someone learn to make the poison gas that we used in the attack, Any ideas? Well, any pharmacist who's ever handled Investicide Ultra would know for a start. After all, it says right there on the label, do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever. But what about a layperson? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say? Unless they can read the label. I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they'd had a nose through the Ultimate Cookbook anyway. The prize in the contest 18 years ago. The recipe for making Investicide Ultra, along with that not mixing with ubiquium. The Ultimate Cookbook contains instructions for creating poison gas. Why the actual shit would they put that in a cookbook? Well, it's a recipe. It's a medicine book, really. So you're familiar with the contents of the book? Oh yes, dear, I know it inside out. Because I work for the Tangaroa Group, you see. They're the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it. Yeah, Phoenix will never take that again in his life. Cold Killer X. Fights back sniffles and sneezes of these, apparently. Ask Phoenix about it sometime. Actually, maybe don't, because it's kind of a traumatic memory for him. After Sammy Poople was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course. Which means Miss Scone is one of these elites, I suppose. You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one. Grimy? How rude! You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man. Shall I call it a dish towel then? But Edgeworth! A spillage, he says. The cheek! That's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that. I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag? Oh, well, I suppose there's no point hiding it now, is there? They can make food to die for. Stop. Edgeworth, the quick trap, damn. You must know I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the autumn wing. Is that why Is the top wet because that tarp was used on this? But then how did it end up in her bag? So Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is when she was trying to retrieve the cloth. Okay, that makes sense. At first I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Moody Judy. One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct? Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the autumn wing, weren't they? So I realized.
It must be the one that went missing all those years ago.
The one that went missing with the body?
I'd already had my Infesticide Ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. If one of my claws turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, I was going to look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best.
I see.
Oh, it does feel good to get it off my chest, though. Stress is no good for the complexion.
So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one that the victim was wrapped in, just happens to reappear in 10 typos! 10 typos! Reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body. And this was before the body was discovered, right? She was fishing in there before the body was found there? Alright. Speed localization! Yeah, probably, honestly. Sugar composition matches that of found in the pale blue liquid in Artie Frost room 18 years ago. Sugar detected in fountain water also seems to be a match. Alright. I only have one logic point, right?
If they find Ubiquium in that teapot, is that it for Miss Bound? She seems way too nice to hurt anybody.
You mustn't judge a book by its cover, Kay. Though I too have my doubts. I should talk to Fender and Miss Scone and see what they have to say on the matter. Alright. Look at him, standing up there. What if he, like, slips and falls in the fountain? Wouldn't that be funny? Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound? Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you got a thing for him. I know you literally just, like, reunited with me. Like, just saw me as, like, a grown man for, like, the first time in a while, but, like... After spending any amount of time with me, you have to know that I'm gay as shit. I do not. Chill, chill, I'm just yanking your chain. I know you're gay, buddy. Anyways, what can I say about Judes? Well, she's a real brave trooper for one. Yeah, he's just trolling. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place. Oh.
What? They threw her out?
Yep. Judes wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She wasn't, like, legally was she not, like, legally adopted? I mean, she was dropped at his doorstep as a baby, but... So she had nothing, nobody. No job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her own way in showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though. Yes, why did she retire? She finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the Ultimate Cookbook back from the Tangaroa group after they basically stole it. Yep. There's our logic point. He's a confectioner, not an adoption attorney. Okay, I guess that's true, yeah. I guess, you know, if someone drops a baby at your doorstep, like, you're gonna take care of it, right? You're not gonna go through all the legal paperwork and everything before you take it in, right? Yes, this place and everything to do with it was all she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back. All of it. Fenda seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight. But from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything in Mr. Tangaroa's for herself. The Ultimate Cookbook contained instructions on how to create poison gas, and the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound.
No way! You mean...
I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. Hey, bestie. Oh. And that's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the tests on the teapot. To be continued. Alright, Judy Bound's testimony, part 1. The test results have just come in, sir. Traces of ubiquium were found in the teapot.
They were? Just like Mr. Edgeworth said. Curse you! You better not think this means you beat me!
You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth.
What? But first is best! Everybody knows it's better to be a winner than a loser!
Bro, you gotta stop watching Dance Mom. Stop listening to Abby Lee Miller. She's full of shit. That's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway.
But I...
Enough. Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. I'm trying to help him! Like, I'm not making fun of him. I'm trying to actually help him become a successful prosecutor. This obsession with winning and always all that, like, that's not gonna help him in the long run. That's what young Miles was like when he started, and young Franzi too. He's gonna crash and burn if someone doesn't stop this. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention.
But Gaval...
Oh, all right. Yeah, like, I feel like she's just, like, enabling this kind of stuff. And I don't know if she's, like, supposed to be his mentor, but if she is, she's not doing a good job of it. You can't win them all, exactly. Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim.
Oh, yeah, a good idea. I'll be right back.
Excellent. We shall see you shortly then. Mr. Wynn is annoying but totally harmless. Judge Gavel, on the other hand. Now. Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquium were found in your teapot? I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use? So you are telling the court that you did not intentionally put ubiquium in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea it could even be used to make poison gas. You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I'd have thought you would be a more convincing liar. What do you mean? You have access to the Ultimate Cookbook, correct? A book that just happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it. Uh-oh. You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I've seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquium. I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely that and the fact that he triggered it himself wouldn't it point to it being a suicide attempt? So she's not willing to admit to anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the Infesticide Ultra? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it. You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago. And that very evening, I noticed my Infesticide Ultra had gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't. Delicia, you carry a bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you. That's true. And I don't have any hard evidence that it was definitely Miss Bound who stole it. Judes, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean, We all know you never hurt somebody for no reason, so... Not you too! You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender? Can you blame me? You got one wing disguised as another, a gas trap in one of the display cases, and you're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo. You've got this all wrong. You have to remember, the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel. If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they'd have much of a problem.
Wow, you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have had a field day in here.
No, I don't think she's joking. And actually, it seems that Mr. Gusto did in fact enter the gallery before it opened. Sheesh! Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day. And what technique might that be? So hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, yeah? And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, Maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead. A turnabout in thinking. So my father used this method as well. Alright, let's run this through the old Thinkatron. How was Choose involved? What happened back then? According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculptures melted. And yet his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now. Don't thank me, thank you, Pops. Now, take it away, Milesy. I'll grab the popcorn. Miss Bound, you say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creations to melt 18 years ago, correct? I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish and it was a terrible accident. And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no? What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you are going to ask such questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best. Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall. And about why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frost's works. Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove I'm innocent. Then please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here. It took 18 years, but at long last I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Paul Halik pieces as I could from around the world. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me. Judge Gavelle, that was simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination. Haha. Spoken like a true attorney. Attorney! Very well. You may do what you must. All right.
Hold it!
18 years. You must have gone through a lot to buy it back, Miss Bound. Is Gavelle like a rival? She is kind of like the rival in this game, yeah. She seems to be like a big antagonist here, is kind of like always threatening to report him to like the judicial committee or like the committee of like prosecutorial, whatever it's called. Prosecutorial excellence. The board seems to want to disbar, what's it called for disbarring but for prosecutors? They basically want to strip him of his badge for some reason, and she's like, I guess, sent out to like look for evidence of him, like his wrongdoing or something. This home, this place, such memories abound. I couldn't stand to lose what I had found. Samson, I did what I had to do to see that home was waiting here for you.
How did she make it look so easy?
I'll say, but I wouldn't expect any less from a trained triple threat performer. You could continue with your testimony, Miss Bound, minus the singing, if you please. So he's trying to get the dirt on Edgeworth, basically. Yeah, that's what I'm gathering here.
Hold it!
You managed the gallery by yourself, Miss Bound. Yes, well, we only opened today, so I haven't done much actual managing yet, but I have to keep the mansion going. Can't have it falling down around my ears. Samson could come home any day, after all. So she really got the house back for him. I'm so sorry, Judy. I wish I could have done more. Oh, you've done plenty, Mr. Fender. If anyone should have done more, it's me. Even if the only thing I can do right now is to keep this place safe for Samson.
Hold it!
Paul Halik. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct? Yes. He adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France. Did I see the Herd? I actually did not. I did not watch the Herdus trailer. I need to. It's peak. God, I need to watch it. I know Amphorius is just around the corner, but I fear another Honkai Flop era might be coming. For me, I mean. Like, I may be in another break era. I will pick the game up, play it for like a month, and then like put it down for like a few months. That just seems to be how I play. I don't know. I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection. More specifically, I need to wait for another pathetic fan to release, yeah! Like Kevin, or what's his name, Fanyan? How you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures. It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them. Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winterwing based on photos of the sculptures he made. Really? Perhaps you could go into some more detail on that. Is that why the tops of them look so similar?
Hold it!
You're still waiting for Robin. Aww. Tell me more about this dream of yours, Miss Bound. Well, what I really wanted was to open a gallery with Samson, of course. A gallery of dance, a gallery of song, a gallery of gaiety and candy all day long. Beautiful. That was the idea, anyway. And here I thought art was to be appreciated in silence, not accompanied by musical numbers. I mean, depending on the type of art, musical theater is a type of art. Alas, Mr. Tangaroa transgressed against the edicts of the goddess of justice. And as such, that part of your dream may go permanently unfulfilled. No, Samson is... he's innocent! Do I think Ray Plushie and John Balatro are besties? Yes, absolutely! Here's Ray Plushie. Her and John Balatro are hanging out there. And of course I have to bring out Ugly Rohan, because Ugly Rohan sits right next to Ray on my shelf. He kind of just hangs out there as well. He can lie dead in front of them. That awful prosecutor refused to listen, but it's true. He'd never have hurt anybody. Mr. Tangaroa gave a false confession in order to protect Miss Bound. The two of them really did what they could to protect one another, didn't they? Aww. Father and child, just like Edgy and Greggy and Miles.
Hold it!
These photos you mentioned, you mean the ones you yourself took in Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago? Yes. Hiccup. You certainly know a lot about what happened back then, Mr. Edgeworth. I know, John Balatro killed Ugly Rohan. I know. She's so like, she looks like there's no thoughts in her head. Remember I wanted to ask, what other Ace Attorney games are left? This is the last one, Baden. This is the last one I have yet to play. I'm gonna be all caught up after this. I mean, there is the Professor Layton crossover game that I haven't played, but of all the ones in like the main universe, this is the last one. I'm gonna be sad when it's over, because I'm not gonna have any more to play.
So the statues in the Winterwing were just copies? And I didn't even get to see them before they melted.
No, the sculptures in question were definitely not replicas. The Miss Bound is lying.
I know, it's such an awful shame. And after we went to the trouble to recreate them, too.
The sculptures in the Winterwing weren't replicas. They're the very ones from 18 years ago. I need to show her I'm aware of that, or I'll never get to the truth. Okay, the fact that they're not replicas, it's probably because there's blood in them.
Objection!
What's after this? Yeah, we're gonna play Final Fantasy IX after this. Because I'm in the mood to play a new JRPG. I think watching a bunch of people play Metaphor recently and then replaying Metaphor myself, I want to play a new JRPG. And I know Final Fantasy IX isn't new, it's kind of old, but, you know, I want to play a JRPG. I have that itch. Now I can put together a list of games that have strong Ace Attorney reference. Yeah. This year I do want to play Ghost Trick. Sometime in the near future, I want to play Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. I know Shu Takumi made that game. And I don't think it's terribly long. Like, I think it's a game we could play in like a week. But I really would like to play that sometime soon. But maybe not for a while. Maybe we play that after Yakuza Kiwami 2. I'm trying to plan. Infinite Wealth for 2026. Yes! We're gonna be on track for that, trust. Do you want me to find the best mod? Yeah, are there like mods that are like worth using to like enhance the Final Fantasy IX experience? Because I kind of wish I had gotten some mods for Final Fantasy VII. I wish I had gotten a mod to like speed up like the battle animations and stuff, because it felt like so slow and clunky. And I feel like having it like run a little smoother might make it just feel better to play. I know it sounds wild, like how to make a turn-based game better to play, like feel better gameplay-wise, but yeah. Should I remember the one that I used? Okay, thank you. There's good mods? Okay, noted. I will definitely need to look around for those. I'm afraid you run out of road, Miss Bound. BRB, no worries. A Final Fantasy game that plays rough to play? What a shock! You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the tests conducted on the sculpture's remains. And those tests leave room for ambiguity. No room for ambiguity. What you had on display weren't replicas. They were the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago. Ooh, I could probably help explain how they worked it if you like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar and sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues with the sweet secret of their chemical makeup. No chance. Thank you, Miss Scone. I don't recall asking for her help, but still. Oh, but now they're actually gone. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they'd melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for these 18 long years.
What? She kept a pair of flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time?
Persona 4 mod that makes Teddy calm, respectful to females. That would be a mod that just, like, takes him out of the game. It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough icebox. Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense? So you've already learned that much. Should I take that to mean you admit having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question? No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing? How indeed. I don't yet know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away. You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth? You're DMing the Steam guide? Yes, thank you, Abaddon, yes. That would be wonderful. I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get to the truth. I see. Then I better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago. Alrighty. What I did that day. The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridges for Samson. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. What if she had them on, they were like I don't know how tall these things are. They might be a bit tall, but like couldn't you hypothetically put like a tarp over them and like have the things, like the boxes of put them on here to make it, put the statues on the trolley and then put the glowy tarp over it to make it look like it's a raised platform and not, you know what I mean. Alright, all done. Thank you so much, Abaddon. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issue with any of that. That's for us to decide, Miss Bound.
Are you saying there's a contradiction in her story, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. The question is when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to.
Hold it!
And what were you doing while you were waiting? I was in my room practicing some dance routines. We have such a good memory of this exact day, huh? Well, I guess it would be a pretty memorable day. I was on a TV show called Bacon Bop with Samson, you see.
Bacon Bop? What kind of show was that? What kind of show was it?
It was a children's show. The two of them would sing and dance as they made a variety of sweets.
Whoa, that sounds awesome.
Hold the phone. Miles used to watch it. My father introduced me to it. I may have watched an episode or two. Oh. Aww. So Miss Bound passed the time before the judging began by practicing her dance routines. Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? I wanna... oh god. That can't have been the moment she did it. Better listen carefully to what she says. Is that gonna be the thing for everything? When I press every statement, is it gonna be like, is this the moment? Capcom also kills it with the style. Yeah, this art style of this game is very cool. It's also just like very flashy and over the top. It awakens something in him. Stop. I want to know. I don't know in game, if they ever said like when the Steel Samurai premiered. Like, was it airing when Edgeworth was a kid, or was it like later? When did the Steel Samurai make its first appearance, and when did Edgeworth start watching it? I'm guessing he started watching it like as soon as it started, you know, but I don't know. Were you the only one who was able to move around freely during the judging? Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contestants, yes. Even so, I could hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? And I ran straight off to change the film as soon as he asked me. I wouldn't have had time. So changing the film and the camera is requested by Mr. Tangaroa. I'm gonna hold off. Before...
Hold it!
I wonder if it's like Gundam where it's been around since forever. Excellent question. You entered the room containing Mr. Tangaroa's work before bringing the camera back to him, correct? Yes. I heard the sound of something collapsing. Shouldn't this door have been locked? That's what's bothering me. Because Samson had the master key. Shouldn't that door have been locked? So how did she get in there? The sound of the chocolate chip falling over after certain someone took a bite out of one of the supports. And Mr. Tangaroa was still in Mr. Gusto's room when you found the body? Yes, I'm fairly sure that was the case. He was judging each room in order and he liked to take his time. So the point at which she discovered Mr. Frost's body? No, hold off. Later, she began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody. I think that might be it. I'm gonna press that one last. When exactly did you see Mr. Gusto entering the victim's room? It was while your father and the others were investigating the room where the body was found. Gusto said he went there to get back a photo of him and Frost and their kids.
Because he didn't want anybody to suspect they'd been working together, right? Pretty sloppy of him to get spotted, though. Definitely not great thief material.
I think Mr. Gusto could live with that, to be honest. So the moment when Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room. Alright.
What was our best window of opportunity? You'd think a great thief like me would have an inkling, but I'm drawing a blank here.
If we're gonna get to the bottom of this, you'll need to grill her harder. Alright, I think it might have been when she was making the rounds with tea and had them on a cart disguised as like an elevated platform. That's what I'm gonna go with.
Hold it!
Just as you did today. Yes, I went around and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea. Present company included. I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little cart of yours. Upstairs, even. Interesting. And did anything strike you as strange around that time? Oh yeah, Gregory was singing the praises of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned his saucer was cold. It was cold, because there was ice. The statues are on the cart there. Yes. Miss Bound, I believe this was when you stole the sculptures. I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room right under everyone's noses? That is precisely what I'm suggesting. The actor playing the Steel Samurai first was born in 1993. The show hadn't been around for a while. Okay. That would be Will Powers. So Will Powers was born in 1993. So I guess he is the first Steel Samurai. All right, so it is a newer show. Interesting. Miss Bound stole those ice sculptures and she did it by hiding them here.
Take that!
My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was mere inches away from them. Because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case.
Overruled.
Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit on a serving cart? It would have been spotted immediately.
Objection!
Who said anything about a serving cart? What? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she used instead?
Take that!
And this is... the cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavored ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. And it would appear that the very same cart is still here with us in this fountain room. Why is it wet today? Did she do the same thing today? Wait. Although the melted contents, this indicates that it actually did melt, but I don't know. Something was moved and that's why it's wet. We originally bought it for use in the contest. And you're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures onto this cart and carried them off? I am. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its side. Okay, that makes sense. So it's one at a time, and that prevents it from being too tall. And it'd look exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely. Can it be? Holy moly, of course! That's why those sausages are so chilly. They were sitting on top of a block of ice. Judes, how could you? How could you betray us and serve us cold tea? Impressive. And then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. So you admit it? You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room? Yes, I do. I took those sculptures and their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. And Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it. And slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody. In the end, I removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice Zodiac blocks as well. Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. Oh yeah, these. There's a huge block of ice on display here. And the delights! If the Winter Wing really is an exact replica of the Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the Zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well. When I had finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 Zodiac blocks out, I took 2 fresh empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original 2 had been. Only the sculptures had been kept in the glass cases, you see, to prevent them from becoming damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. So all the water on the ground, was that just from the fountain? Or, because if they didn't actually melt, how did the water on the floor get there? Did she just like splash it from the fountain? As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases. Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in. Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavored iceworks in progress. I figured if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures. Okay. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today.
I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession.
Indeed, and I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it. That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you?
What? How'd you figure that?
Oh my! I would have thought you might know at least this much, given we're at a crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitations outlined in this book. Statutes for dummies!
Statutes of what?
A book explaining the statutes of limitations of various crimes.
Statutes for dummies.
Alright. Simply put, Kay, prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Alright, theft. 7 years from the date of the crime. Oh, I need to look at that again.
So it's different for every crime? Murder, 15 years, theft, 7 years.
Yes, Miss Bound stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago, so it's too late to have her arrested for that crime.
I don't believe it.
Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for her crime. Rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? Is there anything else of note in this? Okay. 7 years from date of crime. Separate time frames apply with regards to claims for damages, etc. 15 years. Suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. A statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Okay. Suspended from the time of any... Okay. So if it took a full year, this would still be over 15 years ago because Samson was indicted, like, the trial ended 17 years ago. So this would still be... this would still apply.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Well, you see, the theft of the ice sculptures isn't my principal interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be of considerably more interest. Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body? I mean, if you're gonna preserve it, you have to have a really good, like, freezer to preserve an ice sculpture for 18 years. I'm pretty sure that freezer could also hide a body for 18 years. I am indeed.
But how do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it?
By hiding it in a very unusual way.
Ooh, now this is interesting.
Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edgeworth? It's not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Pound has told us already. Let's just say it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then. Very well. If you are confident in this claim, let us put it to the test. Is it in the Autumn Wing? Where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden? Okay. In the Autumn Wing? Okay, this is the Winter Wing. What if I point this out? Okay. I'm afraid you will have to demonstrate to me how that works, Mr. Edgeworth. How the hell could she hide a body within the pages of a pamphlet, you dumb fuck? The universe is weird for America because I've heard of murder is no such statute here in the States. Yeah, I mean, is there such a statute of limitations in Japan? I'm not very familiar with any real life statutes of limitations, I'm gonna be so honest. So, I don't know. Okay. I was wondering if we would point out, like, where on the map it would be. Okay. Where was the body hidden? Maybe on a lift cart? I don't know. I mean, it's wet. If you have nothing to contribute to the investigation, perhaps you... Oh, I want to read that. Perhaps you could wait outside for us to finish. She's gonna kick me out. Forgive me, Judge Cavell, but if you just give me one last chance. If I must, but do not try my patience any further. top is wet.
Take that!
Alright. That doesn't make sense, I know. Oh, is it like under the table here in the Winter Wing?
Take that!
Photograph of Mr. Frost's works. And of the victim's body, Your Honor. You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. I might have to point out where. Alright. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body? That's not an actual. This is all made of ice, right? I'm gonna say under here.
Take that!
Damn it. Does that really look like a body to you, Mr. Edgeworth? Used too many brain cells there, Miserino. Want to take 5 to reset the old noggin? Yeah, I'm overthinking, probably.
We always knew the stress would get to you one day, but
Need a little pick-me-up pill, mousy smousy. Or how about a cup of Ceylon tea? Psst, everyone's ganging up on me. Alright. Was it in the Gemini statue? Wait a goddamn minute. Hold the fuck on. The body itself wasn't frozen, is it? Is that his actual body, like, covered in there? Hello, Matt. Looking up the statute of limitations for crimes that result in the death penalty was abolished in Japan in 2010. Okay. Was that about when this game came out? Because I know, like, with the statute of limitations, everything, with the games from, like, the early 2000s, that would still be in there. But I don't know. Maybe this was released around that time, and they didn't take that into consideration, or maybe it still is a thing in this universe just so they can make it plot relevant. I don't know. But that's interesting. Alright, sorry, my bangs are looking weird and greasy. Alright. Is this the body? Because if that's an actual tarp and not just ice, that doesn't make sense, though. Oh, this game came out in 2017? Really? I don't know why I thought this one came out, like, earlier than that. Because when did the first investigations come out? I was under the impression that was, like, the early 2010s. Am I, like, mistaken? I don't know. Oh, man. I thought the same thing. Oh, no. I don't know why I thought these games were older. Probably because they're 2D and, like, the newer ones are 3D. Maybe that's why I thought that. Then perhaps you'd like to try again. Hotspot, welcome. So it's not that? This game, oh, this game is 2011. Okay. Cause wasn't this on the Nintendo DS? And then like Dual Destinies was 3DS? Oh, 2017 is the Android and iOS version. Okay, I see. Would it be right here?
Take that!
His whole body, was his body like actually frozen there? Good God. The Gemini sculpture? Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance, but it is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse. That is morbid as fuck. Surely you can't be serious. I am serious, and I'll stop. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim.
Objection!
Oh, wait a minute, I see. The tarp, so that is a tarp. That actually is the tarp. And it's not just ice. It has the lit up thing, lighting the tarp up to make it blend in with the color of the ice. But surely anybody actually looking at this could tell, like, the texture is not the same. But actually, no, this is the wing that nobody was supposed to go in, right? So, like, no visitors were allowed to come in and see it. And what piece of evidence might that be? The court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body.
Take that!
One of the cloths from In the Autumn Wing? Yes. When it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing, you might just mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Scone? Well, yes, dear. But you can make it look like about anything, really, even blazing fire. nice shade of blue would make it look like ice, yes. Exactly like it, in fact, because ice is naturally blue. Pfft, I know it's because the ice is the color blue for the sculpture. I jest. Is it not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though? It's literally in the photo, girly pop. If you would care to take another look at the photograph of the winter wing, Your Honor, you'll notice there is a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case, but not for this one! That's one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case, which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was, in fact, a statue carved from ice. Running through the dog course now, let's go! No, this can't be. Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo of us in the winter wing, yes, we were standing right in front of the body. But the body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the winter wing disguised as a sculpture? Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the winter wing in order to throw us off the scent. Wait, no, that is the winter wing that we were in. Yeah. Ridiculous. I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain. No, and she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty lift cart, the same cart that had proved so useful in executing her original theft. I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it down the stream to the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way, which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered. Okay, that makes sense. And then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough. So the body itself was the statue. Alright, I'm trying to think. These were the actual statues that were preserved all those years ago. So somebody like froze him into the statue? Or did the statue like already exist? Or like, is the body just kind of like curled up on like the statue's lap? Or is that literally just his corpse sitting up there? Because if these statues existed, like he supposedly made these, unless my original crack theory is correct and our Paul Halik was actually two people and Carmelo Gusto was Paul, like he learned some sculpting techniques from him. Either they were just partners for this or if it was actually a two-man duo. Because he would have been the one to carve it then. I don't know. I'm trying to just figure out when... Did this statue not exist until after he was dead is what I'm asking, really. I'm trying to figure out how the hell this works. It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth. But, can you prove that it was me? I mean, you're always pushing around those carts, girly. It seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think?
What about an eyewitness? Do you think someone might have spotted her when she was moving the body?
As a matter of fact, I do. Lerald? And the contradiction in the piece of evidence I was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well. With that tarp and the candy. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation? Of course. I have a piece of very compelling proof right here. I would to say the victim's purse is dead. Dead man. Classic. That's the best name in this entire series. Like, Ace Attorney had some really bad names, but none of them hold a candle to Dead Man. His sole purpose, his only reason for existing in this series is to be dead. So that's just perfect. Then please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim?
Take that!
More drawings. Words. And is that me? Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. Well, what I'm interested in is the cart we can see here. Miss Bound's serving cart? What about it? You don't see it? She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, indeed, verily I say ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when the picture was being drawn. Okay, maybe I shouldn't actually say indeed, verily I say ergo every time he says that, because those are his, like, filler words when he doesn't actually know what he's saying. Here he knows what he's saying. What? If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone. Really, then allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I had originally thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he's assured me that couldn't possibly be the case. This tablecloth appears to be light blue. Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath. But the shape of the card is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious that the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body. Not if the body had been placed inside one of the hollow zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those on the lift cart and it'd easily pass muster as a regular serving cart, wouldn't you agree? Goddess of Justice! Miss Bound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body just as you did 18 years ago. So, is he actually saying with this that this isn't actually one of the light up tarps, but just like the blue ice like shining through it? No, I'm being nitpicky. I didn't expect you to deduce all that from a single simple sketch. But that sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it? You needn't worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butts' artwork. Once you had disposed of the body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more, which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. And without a serving cart, you had to find some place to put your chocolates. My chocolates? The ones I was handing out? As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart. But the chocolates you gave us came from your pocket.
Oh yeah, mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty though.
Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? Wait, does her dress have pockets? Girl, give me that dress, please. It was because you no longer had a serving cart to put them on, that's why. One moment, please. You have explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates on the lift cart. But what about the tablecloth? Where did it go? Indeed, if stashing the chocolates in a pocket was the only solution she could think of. Didn't she say she took that into the summer wing? I doubt Miss Bound had the time to dispose of an entire tablecloth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me? It's not in the... That wasn't the one that they found in the fountain, right? That's separate from the one that was covering the body in the statue, right? Because that's the one that Scone found in the fountain. Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us. Perhaps you would care to enlighten us? Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body? Yeah. Not in this room. Could you be more specific, perhaps? Maybe I'm confusing this with 18 years ago about her going into the summer room. My bad. I see. So you are saying it is somewhere out there in the wider world. That sounds dangerously like a desperate bluff to me. I am a defense attorney. Rationally limiting my choices one by one should leave me with the only possible location. You know, thinking back to the first time I ever met you, it's... Yep, she's wearing it right now. So it was like an actual white tablecloth with just like the blue like shining through it, like reflecting through it. Alright. That was my second thought as to she would be wearing it. The defense is done talking amongst themselves. Perhaps it can finally enlighten the court. I should have done the other one just for dialogue to see if it'd be funny. Miss Bound has the tablecloth on her person, and in plain view, in fact. In plain view? No, surely you don't mean Miss Bound. It's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? Got him. And given that the Zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, the cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we would need to do to confirm my theory is test the cloth for traces of sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean. You won't need to test the tablecloth. Girl? Everything you said is true. I stole Delicia's Infesticide Ultra, and I moved Mr. Frost's body. Oh? It was me. It was all me. Delicia, I'm so sorry. Last week I went into your bag and I took it. And then, I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play. Judy, you... Oh gosh! But Judes, why? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side? All fighting together to free Samson? We were. But I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I'd finally proven that Samson is innocent. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but... Why do it this way, though? It's not like you. I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago. Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you? I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures and then stole them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. What I had actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures? So she didn't know that about the body when she stole the sculptures. Huh. Samson is a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody, never! And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body, and Samson was found guilty. After all he'd done for me, he was my family, the only family I'd ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me, and Jude's... After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago, and when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures, and that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body. It had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today, because it was the only way I could think of to make things right. It seems I misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangaroa's sake.
Hey, what are you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth?
Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? And why disguise the Autumn Wing as the Winter... She wanted to take out Gusto. I think she suspects him as the real culprit. The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago.
Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind.
She wanted to take out Carmelo Gusto. If she was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa is innocent, Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to find the true killer. Could she be trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew the body was hidden in the icework. So they would have freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah? Exactly. But Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might have even been able to recover Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk? Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the Autumn Wing was all winter wingy. I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as the Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident. No.
But that would mean the real killer was...
Girl, enough. Not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you are saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you are clearly about to make? Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in the trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is to not be done lightly, so... Should I really go ahead? We gotta do it! Yeah! Let's do it! Her real goal. Name the killer. Do it. My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed, and we have to take risks for the truth. And sometimes you don't do everything by the book. When we're not breaking any laws, seize the moment! Go, Edgy! Yes, Judge Gavelle, I am prepared to stand by my accusation. I know exactly who is to blame for the IS-7 incident. Boom. Mr. Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident? Gusty? Mr. Gusto. Miss Bound, as we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit, and you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far? You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth, just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right. Then perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words. Of course. I have nothing to hide anymore. So I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the Autumn Wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms, and found that the Autumn Wing had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of the door. The thought, well, it frightened me. And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap. When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan. Judes, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? We could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this. Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess, so it was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took, as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place. Judy, Judy, Judy. 18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now, it said it had reappeared. I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. Yeah, the police don't do their jobs. What a shocker. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery in front of as many witnesses as possible. I'm so sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down. Fender, this can't be easy for him. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. Whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, is that you simply must clear Samson's name. We're finishing what Gregory started. The way the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it had only set us down a path toward an even more shocking end. This is a long case. This is a long case 3. But let's keep going. The committee's, oh no, the Judicial Committee? The Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence is getting involved? Oh no. Oh no! Where's the winner? Is he off doing winning things? Oh yeah, didn't she like, didn't Gavel like send him away or something? Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now? Yes. Good, then allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law. Yes, I understand. Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangaro's innocence. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then we have a duty to reinvestigate the case. Statute of limitations, blah, blah, blah. Girl. There is nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records, because it was all covered up! And right now, there is nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of this case before us, Miss Bound herself.
Objection!
Dude, official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Gavel. Especially since there were those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts. Are you suggesting that the committee at the time overlooked just such a prosecution? Yeah! That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is a fact that the autopsy report was faked, seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now. There really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Miss. Don't say that! Stop! Don't say that! Stop. Don't compare me to him. He's the prosecutor that did all this shit. How so exactly? By continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs. That's how. Perhaps it's time you understand how the committee sees this case. Oh, brother. The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bound. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. There's a little bit of Phoenix and Miles in each other. Aww. And this is how the committee sees things, is it? The committee, meh, 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 meh. It is. As always, I act solely in service of the law and order. It sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee and covering up the truth. And if I can't change her mind, there'll be no saving Mr. Tangarel or Miss Bound. Hiccup. Alrighty.
Hold it!
If you accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified the report, then why won't you reinvestigate the case? Because the Goddess of Justice is never wrong. Maybe the Goddess of Justice doesn't speak through every fucking judge then. Because there have been false convictions exist, girly. Her verdict remains true despite... Shut up, yeah! Despite blatant evidence tampering, you're sure your precious goddess is into that? Almost makes you think the committee might have other reasons for not wanting this looked into again. Further investigation is simply unnecessary since the Goddess of Justice has already spoken. Is that right?
Hold it!
What is going on with the committee? I believe it was a confession that sealed Mr. Tangaroa's fate in the end. A confession secured by Mr. Von Karma, which should surely cast doubt on the final verdict itself. Samson Tangaroa confessed to the initial investigating officer, one Detective Ian Sideman. Inside man. Gee, I wonder who he was working for. The official records state that it was in his interrogation. His interrogations had led to the conviction. Therefore, all I can say to you is the Goddess of Justice is all... Girl, he wasn't interrogated, he was tortured. Was he, like, forced to, like, stay awake? Or, like, endure, like... He wasn't allowed to eat or sleep during these interrogations? Girl, they tortured him for a whole year. Obviously, he's gonna confess under duress.
Unbelievable! She just won't budge at all. Are these committee guys really that big of a deal?
In many ways, they're our prosecutor's worst nightmare.
So kind of like how the police started with Great Thief, huh?
Funny how you don't seem to have a problem working the police when it suits you, though.
Hold it!
Are you suggesting that Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound killed Mr. Frost together? Somebody that they both really looked up to, somebody whose work they admired? Why not? You could even imagine they split their roles as thus. Mr. Tangaroa could have been the one to commit the act itself, while Miss Bound was to remove the body. What? The thought that we could ever kill Mr. Frost! You stole his corpse and hid it for 18 years. Is it really so surprising that you might be Yeah, girl! Miss Bound has freely confessed to all of her crimes. Now is not the time to speculate about what else she might have done in the past. Very well. Then let us pass judgment on what we know she did in the present.
Hold it!
Why would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Gusto for the murder? No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was the Winter Wing simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know that he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him. A trap that nearly worked.
Objection!
Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning? Unfortunately, Mr. Gusto remains in critical condition. It will be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there is little we can do for now. On the contrary, there is plenty we can do. You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Then allow me to spill it out for you. Alright, we got 2 new statements. We have all the evidence to explain I-7 and poison gas. There is no need to investigate either case any further. Well, let's press them both and see what happens.
Hold it!
Hold it!
All the evidence you need. In the matter of the IS-7 incident, we have a body, a murder weapon, and 2 suspects. As for the poison gas attack, we have the sources of the 2 chemicals and Miss Bound's confession. And as for you, Mr. Edgeworth, we also have enough evidence to see that you yourself will have to answer to the committee in a formal... Girl, what does the committee have? What are they doing? Why did they been out for me? What is going on?
Oh, wow. Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Don't worry, Mazzarino. If nothing else, you're always more than welcome in Edgeworth & Co. Ah. What, do you have to take the bar exam and everything? Or is he allowed to bypass that because it's convenient? Your Honor, I'd greatly appreciate it if we could stay focused on the matter at hand. Of course. Now, where was I?
Hold it!
You really mean to assert that there are no loose ends left to investigate? None at all. All of the evidence has been examined at length, and there is nothing more to be learned from them. Girl. Therefore, I see no need to further prolong. Girl, this isn't a trial! This court finds it.
Objection!
Your Honor, I'm certain there's something that still needs to be examined. The hammer is about to fall, Mr. Edgeworth. Only hard evidence can stop it now. Present what you think requires further deliberation now, assuming there really is anything left, that is. This isn't over yet, not by a long shot. There's still one thing we don't have an answer to. Okay, Good God. Let me think. And it's up to me to point it out to Judge Gabelle. All right. All right, we have the... What? How about we explain the cookbook? Her chocolates? Something that we haven't really fully investigated. I mean, this is already analyzed. The salt lamp. Let me see. We've all the evidence we need. No need to further investigate. There's still something that needs to be examined. It sounds like I presented to the last statement. Something that still needs to be examined. Let me see. I mean, we still don't know who did this. Is that it?
Objection!
Yeah, I didn't think so. Am I expected to accept this as evidence? It appears to have no connection to my testimony. Alright.
Objection!
Yeah, I didn't think that'd be it. Alrighty.
Objection!
Oh my god, alright. I don't want to mess up this much. Sorry, time paradox. Alright. The chalk. Something that still needs to.
Objection!
Their connection. Oh my god.
Objection!
Oh my god. I don't know. Okay. Something that we haven't fully, like. Something that hasn't, like, fully been. We have all the evidence we need to explain. We don't, because we don't have an autopsy report.
Objection!
Maybe it's the. Maybe it's the next statement. I don't know. Indeed, verily I say, go. Perhaps you could refrain from insinuating otherwise. Girl.
Objection!
Okay. We have all the evidence we need to explain both. We therefore my badge.
Objection!
Oh my god.
Objection!
Okay, I don't know why this is throwing me. Some way to show that we don't have all the evidence to, like, explain everything? And, like, which statement would it be? Based on what it said when I pressed, it sounded like it'd be the second statement. Is there, like, something that's, like... I mean, we don't have all the evidence, because some of them, like, are gone. There's no need to investigate either case any further. There's something that still needs to be examined. What? Wait a minute. This is the Pisces statue. This is what Larry opened. Or this is what Larry saw. And it was the Pisces statue and not the Gemini statue. When the Gemini should have been the one that had, like, the trap in it. Right? Or was it just faked? Or this was, the sketch in the Winter Wing, right? No, in the Autumn Wing. No. No, this is what he saw in the Winter Wing. Or the Autumn. This is what he saw in the Autumn Wing. Oh my god. Let me... Yeah, in the Autumn Wing, where he came out of.
Objection!
Okay. Maybe... Yeah, did she like set up the Pisces to look like that? The other statue? So like, he wouldn't actually find the body in there?
Objection!
Alright. Oh my god. So... The body was actually hidden in the Winter Wing, right? Yeah. This is the Winter Wing. And the Pisces statue was the one that was like... faked like this. The Pisces is the one that had the trap in it. But she made it look like the Gemini statue that would have the body in it. But this is the one in the Winter Wing that we saw. Because this was in the Autumn Wing, but it was made to look like the Winter Wing. Okay. But then... Yeah, these are the... Yeah, the Gemini case. Yeah. From the real Winter Wing. I mean, the salt.
Objection!
Oh. Okay, well, all right. Okay. Where did the salt come from? Would you mind taking a look at this? What is it? The test results carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the Winter Wing. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. The question is whose? Oh, yeah, we don't actually know whose blood that is. Okay. Alright. Until that question is answered, I hardly think you can claim to have all the evidence. There was blood in the Gemini case? Why did I not hear about this from Eustace? Girl, why do you think? Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning to tell Mr. Winter about it myself, of course, but of course he had to yap over me. You need to train him to listen better. I don't know what he's like... Hello, Delvin. What, the last case? Oh god, what was the last case? The murderer was, the warden. The warden killed Knight. You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about it. Girl, I think you're blowing this way out of proportion. As ever, my interest is in the truth. If mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. Yeah, her and her massive jacket real. And in her breakdown, the jacket turned out to be just a bunch of little fluffy animals. You must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end. That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss it with Eustace. Oh my god, girl. This kid should not have any authority over anything. Girl. Who put him on this case? Was it you? Verity, I'm questioning your judgment here. It's getting, oh my god, it's 5 a.m. Abaddon, please get some sleep. Do what you gotta do, please rest. Warden was influenced by Rifle. True, Rifle is actually the real mastermind behind all of this. Rifle is the true culprit of the IS-7 incident. And she's a penguin, she knows all about ice. She could very easily hide the body in an ice sculpture. We solved it. And why is it? I don't know. The Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence somehow has a bone to pick with Edgeworth. And I don't know why. I wonder if it has something to do with the chief prosecutor. I don't know. Yeah, at least the guy and the bear were innocent. Yeah! I mean, he did try to break out of prison, So we did catch him in the middle of a prison break, but he didn't kill anybody, and I'm glad for that.
And guess who's back, losers? And with good news, too.
You.
It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto is alive.
Gusto! He made it. You're the ones who found me? Yep. Long time no see, Gusto. Okay, Sonic the Hedgehog. You're the attorney's assistant. You've grown, and have you an assistant of your own now? Assistant? No, I'm... He hasn't got the gig just yet. This is Gregory Edgeworth's son. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. Fate moves in mysterious ways. I'm in your debt. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago. Huh? What are you talking? Yeah, man just wakes up from a poison-induced coma and, like, is immediately gonna get grilled over a murder he may have done 18 years ago. You figured out quite a bit while you were out cold. Including the fact that you're probably the guy who offed poor Artie Frost. Uh-oh.
What? Is that true?
Miss Bounce set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then. Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent? Oh, it's not that. Guster here's a fan of the old meditation. You know, and all that jazz.
Wow, sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent.
Except there's no sleeping involved in meditation, Kay. Hey, Gusto, old pal, how about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back when? I was caught in the girl's trap, so I must be the killer. Is this your idea of a joke? I'm the victim here. Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto, and there is no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fenner are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed. At least somebody here seems to be on my side. Judge Verity Gavel, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I will assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth? Fine. You want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'd be
Oh my god, Katie! Thank you so much for the raid! Hello, welcome raiders! Here, I'll switch to chatting in case anybody wants to play this. Welcome! Hi raiders, let me get a proper shout out for you! Thank you so much for the raid. Alright. But thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to? Let me get my other shout out in here. But I hope you had a wonderful stream. Oh my god, you're playing Pokemon Scarlet Violet, nice! I need to get back into that. I picked it up for the first time in a while a couple months ago. I need to get back to it. But welcome everybody. Hello, Emmy, Trev, James, Katie, Alana, Amanda, Hawk, Trent, everybody, welcome! And Arthur, hello. Welcome. I hope y'all are doing well. If you're new here, I'm Angie. I play mainly RPGs and visual novels, and right now we are playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2. We're close to the end of the third case, I think. Things are happening. I'm doing pretty well. Ace Attorney is going so well. I love this game. I love this series. I love Miles Edgeworth. It's just a blast all around. But yeah, I hope you're doing well as well. If you need to raid and run, lurk, do whatever you gotta do, take a screen break, get food, please do that. Take care of yourselves. And yeah. Yes, I lose my mind playing this series all the time. I love when a game just makes me like turn my brain upside down. And sometimes this game makes me do that. And it's just a good time. But yeah, thanks again for the raid. I'm gonna go back to the game screen in case anybody needs to lurk for spoilers. Yeah. Thanks again. You want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'd be happy to. Back to spoiler jail as usual. No worries, Amanda. Thank you. Gonna lurk because my sister's hitting her. Oh my god, I hope you have so much fun with your sister. Thanks again for the raid.
Objection!
So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Gavel? You're hoping Mr. Gusto will help you to hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record? I believe only in the infallible judgment of the goddess of justice. Maybe your judgment isn't infallible. Have you considered that? Or maybe it is, but humans are flawed and make mistakes and twist the law for their own agenda. Girl, you have to believe that. You have to have seen that. You don't just have to be a mouthpiece for the Committee of Prosecutorial Excellence, girly pop. We can fix you! Except it is us humans who make the actual... Yeah, exactly! The humans make the judgments. And so long as there are those who would use the law to their advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. See, I wrote this game. I wrote Miles Edgeworth. If you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will... Oh, bringing the goddess of judgment into it! We shall see about that. What do you advise, Judge Gavel? It would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas. Specifically, by opening the Pisces case's lid. Would you be so kind as to share why with us? Understood. I came to see Frost's sculptures, simple as that. I made a mistake with the opening times and arrived half an hour early. Miss Bound, was there no one at the reception desk around that time? I had left the main entrance unguarded and unlocked, just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere all the way up until the gallery's opening. So no, there was no one here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight, all except for the autumn wing, that is. I see. You will bring in the god of Yowie, please! Justice versus Yowie, who would win? Or actually, Justice and Yowie will combine and have a child and name him Goro Akechi. She did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing, which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went.
Sneaking into a building's pretty suspicious, however you slice it.
Silence in the courtroom. I will permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence that the witness is lying.
The courtroom? You know this is an art gallery, right?
Mr. Gusto, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case. I wanted to see Frost's work up close, so I went up to the guess what is supposed to be the Pisces statue. And I saw the lid was frozen on tight. Okay, so... yeah, I want to open the case and touch the art. Is that what you're going with here? When I finally got it open, gas came pouring out. So yeah, and the very act that you open the case isn't suspicious. Cause what normal patron at an art museum would do that? That's against the rules. Fascinating. His is a sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of.
Yeah, the everything sounds like a lie kind.
Yeah. I am none too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there was no evidence to refute it.
Come on, there must be something.
It's Bound's story you should be questioning, not mine. I'm not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing.
Objection!
She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. And that killer being you, old pal. So you believe that self-confessed criminal. Miss Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer. You seem determined to pin Frost's murder on me, but I had no reason to kill him. And you have no evidence to prove otherwise.
Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Gusto fell victim to the poison gas, that much is indisputable. Yet no matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past. Hiccup.
Yeah, but then what about you, Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do.
You're right. We may not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. If Gusto killed Frost, he must have had a reason. He claims not to have had a motive, but that can't really be true, can he? Can it? Something relating to their partnership? If he did, he has one. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Karma about a probable motive too, remember? How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason. Gusto helped Frost in the final, but the favor wasn't returned. That could very well have been the motive behind the murder. Von Karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusto back then. Well, we can now. If we can put the pieces together, like the puzzle pieces of logic, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge. Yes, I think you might be right. I need to think back over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the question that never got answered. And the finger marks? Those ones. Miss Scone denied that the finger marks on the frame were hers. But what if they were Mr. Gusto's? Perhaps he wanted to take a look through the ultimate cookbook for himself. So he asked me to go and put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected.
Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining.
Did he take pictures of the cookbook?
But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way.
My father noticed these things for a reason. Aww, finishing Gregory's work. I love this so much! Ah! In the absence of evidence, it's the only way to the truth. I have to use my brain! Mr. Gusto, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not? Oh, so you know my little secret. Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs while you were in charge of the flavor, is that correct? Huh, what can I say? I still had a long way to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner. But you only collaborated up through the semi-final. Something changed after that. We both wanted to show what we could do, show that we were better than Tangaroa.
Objection!
Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final? What grounds do you have to say that? Your own statement made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you had been working together right up until the day before the final. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final. Why did Mr. Frost reciprocate? Objection! I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead. So why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return, Home. I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason, and that became the basis of your motive for murder. Oh, I knew that was gonna pop at some point. That's not how it was. Sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly.
You stopped working together in a friendly way? Kinda hard to imagine, but okay.
Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? You think I just strolled into Tangaroa's room and killed Frost? I couldn't have killed the man while Tangaroa was in there working on his chocolate pieces, could I? But he wasn't in there during the judging, was he? So you see, it can't have been me. I wouldn't be so sure. There must have been a window of time when Mr. Tangaroa wasn't in his room. And if I can prove that, I can prove that Mr. Gusto had the opportunity to kill Mr. Frost. He was judging. Well, we have these. Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to steal its secrets undetected. And what if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Mr. Tangaroa's camera to photograph the book? Did he want to make a medication for his son? Is that why he wanted it? And his son named Bronco. No, their names are not the same. I don't know why I was thinking that. I'm trying to connect it all. Knight feels more important. I feel like his name is gonna come up again at some point.
It'd be the perfect crime. So much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops.
Sneaky snapshot or 20, huh? That could work. The only question is, when would he have done it? Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Alicia say that Gusto— aha! There we go. Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive? After the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost. He had secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did of the only key. Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangaro's works the only ones you sampled? No, dear, I couldn't help myself. When I'd finished my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Tiddlywinks' room for a little taste too. Mr. Frost had kept to himself inside his room after the contest had started, but he was gone by the time Miss Scone snuck into it to sample his work, meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of the afternoon tea. Brain! We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusto could have killed him. Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edgeworth? Brain blast! Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. But things are finally starting to become clear, and the truth will soon come to light at last. Do you mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence? Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusto to open up to... But, oh my god, are we gonna mind chess him? Oh, is it... Yes! It's mind chess time, let's go! I love mind chess. Brain is braining, the brain cell is working overtime. Real! Hi, Nanosphere, how are you? Mr. Gusto, I have a question for you. I said I have a question for you. Whoa, what is it? You chose to make your entry for the final on your own. I told you I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove I was the best in the world.
Objection!
If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Gusto, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? All right, let's do this. 18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together, and why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow. Oh, Jesus, 4! Mr. Gusto seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Alright, why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. Okay. Why they worked together. Alright. Mr. Gusto, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost? We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together. And your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills? Huh. You don't know me. We joined forces because he wanted to make the most perfect creations possible, that's all. You couldn't do that on your own? I don't think I should have said that. I'll expose all of your lies in the end, Mr. Gusto. It's only a matter of time. Yeah. I should have waited. Wanted to see if I could do an impression of you. Turns out it's easy. Alright. So, do I ask whenever he's, if he's, like, meditating or pretending to, like, be sleepy, is that when I wait? Or what was he doing here? Or is that when I ask? So I bide my time whenever he's, like, active. Ross' son and mine were the same grade at school. So we got along pretty well, too. Oh, so you were just two friends who happened to try for the title of world's greatest confectioner? Alright. So now I have to pry, I think. Wake up! Pretending to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusto. I doubt he cared much about winning a title for confectioners. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say? Did they know that the cookbook was actually like a pharmaceutical book? Somehow? And that's why they wanted it? Fine, it was me. I wanted that title. Okay. Ross was only in it for the prize, the ultimate cookbook. I see. And since your objectives dovetailed so neatly, you decided to work together. But then something happened. A breakdown in your relationship, perhaps? If so, I want to know why. I'm guessing maybe one of their sons had, like, the taste disorder or something and wanted to cure it with the book. I don't know. Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Pushed me too hard. And I'll be on my way back to the medical room. No, wait! Or you better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience. Mr. Gusto is trying desperately to make his escape, but he's not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me. Let's figure out what he was really after next. There's no time to lose. Alright. What was he really after? Okay. Did you want to appear on Bacon Bop? You wanted to appear on Mr. Tangaroa's TV show, didn't you? Huh? On Cook and Conga? I believe it was called Bacon Bop. Oh my god, he actually got the name right! No way! You really think people would have wanted to watch me dance like an idiot while I work? No, it might have been a bit much for younger viewers. I thought not. Listen, I know what I'm good at. I'm prancing around on TV, isn't it? Maybe you should focus on what you're good at too, because it certainly isn't asking the right questions. Damn it. Alright. You two had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner even counts for that much. Jesus, Edgeworth, that's brutal. Now you're insulting the way of the confectioner. My goal. Wait, hold on, am I saying that wrong? Is it confectioner? Yeah, okay. I don't know why I thought I was saying that wrong. My only goal was to win the title. I didn't care about anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me. I'm gonna wait. Let him yap. Look, my sense of design may not have been up to snuff back then, but you should see me now. Oh, so you've improved. You better have. I didn't do all that training in Zhengfa for nothing. Oh shit, what do I say? Wait, yeah. Let him yap. I looked up to Tangaroa, you know, spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son. Sounds to me like Mr. Tangaroa's work was especially influential in your early studies. And with his recipe book, you might have even become the best someday. Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it. So you were interested in the book too? You claim that your only goal was to win the title. Yet you also seem to have had an interest in the contest prize, the Ultimate Cookbook. Oop. Oop. The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. I can't say I had absolutely no interest in it. And even if I did... What exactly is so wrong with that? Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for medicines, not desserts. And everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that. I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. Did he also have the taste disorder, maybe, and like couldn't even taste his own creations? Is that why maybe part of the statue was salty? Because like he couldn't taste it and like didn't know what he was putting into it? If he helped Frost make his statue? Maybe he needs to be able to taste sweet things as a confectioner too. All right, round 3, baby. Let's find out why he wanted the cookbook. Did you need it to help make your sweets? So your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help with your own creations. What else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold. You could have made a lot of money if you'd sold it. I don't know much about what was actually in there. But it was worth more than money, I'll tell you that. Alright. You know more than you're letting on. Come now, Mr. Gusto, I think you know more about the Ultimate Cookbook than you claim. You told us a little about it at the start of the contest. And then you know what kind of recipes it actually contained, don't you? And that they weren't dessert recipes at all. Oh, I see you did your homework. Fine, so you know what is really in there. The Ultimate Cookbook, or the Angel's Cookbook to give it a proper title. It's a collection of chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicines nobody had ever heard of. So he did know the cookbook actually contained recipes for medicines. Okay. Did you know what the book was really worth? Did you know how valuable the cookbook really was? What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangaroa's recipes. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it. You know that's not what was in there. Your designs may have improved thanks to your training in Zhengfa, but you clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception. You've already admitted that you knew the Ultimate Cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines. Get 'em! Thereby making your interest not gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature. Oh my god, Edgeworth with the fancy words. Alright. You need a medicine, didn't you? You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusto. You had no professional interest in revolutionary no medicines, which suggests that your interest must have been personal. Maybe it was his kid that needed it. I underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. Winning mentioned, winner mentioned. Is Eustace listening to this? I hope so. I need like the live Eustace reaction every time somebody says like the word winning. I needed one of the recipes that was in my, it was for his son. He was? Tell me more. That's none of your business. I've told you as much as you need to know. He looks rattled, but I can't let him off the hook. Alright. Time to circumvent HIPAA here. I know I'm not a medical professional, but, you know, pry into his medical business, private affairs. I've almost gotten to the part with this. I can feel it. Just a few more moves. I'm gonna save one more time just in case. Tell me more about your son. Tell me a little more about your son. He was my pride and joy and my biggest fan. And you entered the contest in order to help him? You clearly don't have children of your own. Any father would have done the same. I would have done anything to help him. Anything. I'm gonna buy my time. He would come see me here at the contest venue too, right up through the semi-final. Really? He didn't get in the way of your work? If you were trying to beat Samson Tangaroa, surely you didn't have the time to look after a child. Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said I wanted to always be the first to try my new creations. I'm still recovering, so okay. I did buy my time too much there. So let's try that again. I seemed like I was on the right track there. So we buy my time here. You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusto, and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest. It wasn't that kind of illness, nothing life-threatening anyway. It was a taste disorder, wasn't it? This feels like it could be an important clue. Was the book necessary for him to get better? So you need the cookbook to cure your son. Yeah, nowadays you can get the medication he needed anywhere. But back then, that book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to get my all to my work. And what about Mr. Tangaroa's work? Excuse me, I have a daughter and her name is Kate. Real, yeah! And soon enough, I will have another daughter named Trucy. Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to go steal a glance at it. What makes you think I had the energy or time to care about what others had made? You care to, maybe I shouldn't have said this. I think you made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangaroa's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the ultimate cookbook, I seriously doubt you'd have passed up a chance to peek at your competition's entries. Oh my god, words! Oh my god! I had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see and sample my rival's work, you know. But each time I did, nothing seemed to have any flavor. You have this condition. Interesting. Must have been nerves or something. Maybe it wasn't? Could you tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from? You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Isn't it enough he was seriously ill? Why did you force me to tell you more? Okay. Yeah, you told me it wasn't life-threatening. You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. So why is he reluctant to share any further details? What if his son actually wasn't sick? I don't know. It was not sick, you know, it's a taste disorder. Maybe they both had it, I don't know. It may not have been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it hadn't been life-altering. I see, that must have been very hard on both of you. Of course it was. That's why I did everything I could to find a cure. You were desperate. You couldn't taste anything. Not even his favorite desserts, yeah. Did he have a taste disorder? As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains a recipe for a very particular medication. One that Mr. Tangaroa used to cure himself of his own taste disorder. So he had it too? Two, you say? So your son has a taste disorder then, am I correct? Or did I let that slip? You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. But is that really the case? You have it. Of course it was. What are you saying? I'm saying that I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know. After all, you just told me you'd experienced something like that during the contest. You said nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those are your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. A confectioner without a sense of taste? Not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusto? Using your son as as an excuse. I managed just fine in that contest. Made all my entries no problems. Let him yap. Ah, shit. Alright, so let's go back through it. Nah. Okay. This. You had it yourself. All right. All right. Were you working with Mr. Frost? There we go. Got him. Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim you did it all on your own now. Got him! You would have us believe that you were a man of principle, a dedicated student of the confectioner's art, that you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. Also, you could cure your own taste disorder, and blaming it on your son as an excuse, too. God me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. Wow. I kept to hit him for so long, 18 years, and nobody knew. Sadly, you can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. Both Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entered the contest hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook, for the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusto's disorder and the money it would bring in for Mr. Frost. Thus, an uneasy alliance was forged. And that, I believe, is checkmate. Let's go. Dramatic ass. Yippee! I love playing mind games here. It's so fun. I'll admit it, you're good. I never told anybody of this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed ageusia? How does that pronounce? Ageusia? What's ageusia? How do you pronounce that? Ageusia. It's a taste disorder that makes it so you can't taste anything at all. A confectioner's worst nightmare. Mr. Fender, is this what Mr. Tangaroa had as well? No, the big man had what they call dissociated taste disorder. Basically, some things he could taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all. So he suffered too, can't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market. Which is why you needed Mr. Tangaroa's cookbook. Do you admit now that was the real reason you entered the contest? It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the title. When I put my mind to something, it gets done. And I won't lose to anybody, because I'm the winner! Ageusia. Ageusia, okay. I do Google it myself. Understandable. Ageusia. Gotcha. I may not have been able to taste it then, but I knew my stuff was good enough to win. Oh, so you went into the final thinking you stood a good chance of winning? Was it that Fenda said about what Mr. Tangaroa thought of it? Yeah, they lacked artistic sense. They tasted... Oh. Up through the semi-final, yeah. His entry for the final was subpar on both counts. We were told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you describe. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day? Fine. You want me to talk, I'll talk, but you're not going to like what I have to say. Frost and I were working together right up through the semi-final. I handled the flavor, he did the designing. But I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry, but mine I did alone. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lacked training. And that's all there is to it. Happy now? Ugh. There didn't seem to be any obvious contradictions in his testimony. Yep, not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He managed to not let slip what really happened for 18 years after all. Why don't you try pushing him a bit, Malzarino? See if you can't shake something loose. I think I might just have to, Fenda. Alright. right up through the semi-final.
Hold it!
Frost was in charge of the designing work you both submitted while you handled the taste. Yeah, he was a sculptor, a craftsman, and his sense of design was second to none. But he was clueless about confectionery, which is where I came in. We each did what the other couldn't. And boy, did you not have an eye for aesthetics. Jesus! Kicking the man while he's down. Oh my god, a phoenix. What kind of, is that? Phoenixes look like that, right? The national symbol, okay, Zhengba, yeah. Wait, that is a phoenix. Say his name, Edgeworth.
Oh yeah,
You can't say it yourself, Edgeworth. Oh my god, wow. My favorite turn-based RPG, Real Thomas. How are you? Thanks for being here. Yeah, honestly, he's kind of real. Like, he kind of like just says it like it is. Like, he'll say it in like a kind of like slick way, but like, you know, he's pretty real.
oh yeah, it's a phoenix. That's awesome.
You have to introduce her to Phoenix one day, dude. Come on. I'll say pretty different to the stuff you were pumping out 18 years ago. Haha. Behold the fruits of my training. I've dedicated my whole life to my craft, but back then we both needed each other's help, so we joined hands until the final. They held hands, you say?
Hold it!
You were serious about winning the title then? Of course. The art of confectionery is my life. Why wouldn't I want to be crowned the greatest? But I still had a lot to learn back then. Guess it's no surprise my work wasn't up to scratch. But the title wasn't the only thing you wanted. There was the cookbook too. And you wanted that book even more than you wanted the title. Isn't that right, Mr. Gusto? Oh.
Overruled.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are badgering a witness who is still suffering the effects of today's attack. I cannot allow this harassment to continue. Girl! I understand, Your Honor, but... Ignore him, Mr. Gusto. You need not answer that vile prosecutor's question. But please do continue your testimony in your own time. Girl.
Hold it!
So you're saying Mr. Frost didn't help you at all? But he'd helped you up until then, correct? It's a bit strange for him to stop so late in the contest, no? Jesse, hello, how are you? Strange or not, it's the truth. Could be he had his reasons too, I wouldn't know. If he's lying, it's gonna be a headache to prove. 18 years is a long time. Not unless that gizmo of yours has a built-in lie detector, Kay.
If it did, I'd have stolen the show from Mr. Edgeworth long before now.
Don't worry, Fender. I can tell when he's lying. No doohickeys assistance required. Psst, okay. Please, Mr. Gusto, continue your testimony.
Hold it!
And yet, I heard that your creations prior to the final were scored highly for their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day? Frost didn't make that, did he? No, nothing like that. It was, I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me, it's as simple as that. But everything up until then was fine. When Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavor, your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. Did something happen overnight? Doing pretty good. Oh my god. My god, nice, Jesse, cool.
I don't think he's gonna spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth.
Ask about the semi-final. Oh wait, I don't have the information about their semi-final entries. Because, like, they looked and tasted the same. Did anything change? Not really. The only difference is that Frost wasn't helping.
Hold it!
So you really completed your final entry without Mr. Frost's help? I may not have had his designs to lean on, but I knew I was still solid when it came to flavor. So the visuals were the only thing that changed between the semi-final and the final. You sure, Gusty old pal? Gonna have to call you out on that one, I'm afraid. It wasn't just the looks that got a big thumbs down. Come judgment time, it got trashed on flavor too.
Doesn't sound much like a winner to me.
Winner mentioned! Despite his confidence, Mr. Gusto failed on flavor too. The lack of Mr. Frost's assistance shouldn't have affected that. So was there some other difference? An 18-year-old mystery, and the key to unraveling it is finally in my grasp. I need to remember everything Fender told me about what he and my father discovered. Okay, so that seemed like the right thing to add. The only difference is that Frost wasn't helping me. It seems like this was a contradiction. What if we try another statement? But it sounded like that was the correct thing to add. Let's just see. You knew Mr. Frost from before the contest, correct? Huh, you remembered, I see.
Hold it!
It was no coincidence they both entered the contest, correct? Yeah, I heard about it first. Then I told Frost. I knew he'd be interested, he was always short of cash for his sculptures. Okay, yeah. This isn't a contradiction.
The cookbook is really worth that much, huh?
See that glint in your eye, kiddo, but don't get your great thieving hopes up. It was worth a whole lot back then. But these days, you can find most of the stuff in there on any drugstore shelf.
Aw, bummer.
So literally every last contestant only ever had eyes onto that cookbook, I see. Alright, I think I need to put the other statement back up.
Hold it!
That seemed to be the thing that... So the only... Is he blowing sugar? Yeah, he is blowing sugar. His specialty is like air sugar, I think? Hence the name Gusto. So there had to be another difference that we're pointing out. The only difference between the semifinal and the final. Oh, you've done that before? Oh my god, it looks really fun. Can you like make like shapes with it and stuff like he does? Or is that just like... But yeah, it seems really cool. Is it like cotton candy like stuff that you like blow out of it? Victim spiders. Oh, you made little sculptures. That's so cool. That looks so cool to like be able to make stuff, to make like little sculptures out of candy. Almost like blown glass. Nice. Or glass. Sorry, yeah, so that's typo, but blown glass. That seems really cool. Shoot. The only difference between the semifinal and the final was that Frost wasn't helping me. That's not true, it seems. He really completed it without his help. Visuals were the only thing that changed? No, the taste changed too. Were you using different ingredients? I mean, this tasted salty. Part of it tasted salty. Is that significant, even if this is the statue? I don't know, let's try that.
Objection!
Okay, I didn't think so. Like old-fashioned hard candy, but it's soft enough to sculpt and shape when it's hot, and then it cools and hardens. Oh, that sounds really cool. Yeah. So the taste changed. That's the difference. How long? Wait, maybe? Discovered he had a taste disorder. Oh yeah, he said only certain things he can't taste. Like saltiness. My god. Something to indicate that it... Ugh. I mean... Before the final, the guy died, so...
Objection!
Yeah, I figured that wouldn't be it. It changed because... he's dead. What if he did like try something from the cookbook and put it into his creation?
Objection!
Maybe not. Oh my god. I don't know if he like had different ingredients or something, or like... Chocolate.
Objection!
No, I know it's not it. Okay, the flavor is different. Oh my god, I don't know why. I'm pretty sure this is it. Hey, don't say that. Don't bring... Yeah, don't bring Gregory into this. Come on. That's foul. That's foul. Stop. The only difference... Okay. That's not true. But I don't know how to prove that. I know, that was a low blow! Did I use just the evidence here yet, or no?
Objection!
I don't fucking know! I'm pretty sure this is the right thing, right?
Hold it!
Yeah. He's saying he did it on his own. Yeah. That's not true. He failed on flavor. The lack of his assistance shouldn't have affected that. Rub X on Y? Yeah, just throw evidence and see what happens. Did he use ubiquium? I don't know. That's poison gas, though. That's not relevant to unless. What if their kids were helping? Hold on. I'm pulling this out of my ass here. What if the kids were helping and the fact that one of the, maybe Frost Kid not helping was a big difference?
Objection!
Ah! The kids were helping! They were cheating too! I can think of one significant difference between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusto. Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was there with you up through the semi-final. He was. What of it? What indeed? He was here with you until the semi-final, until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly, your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. What if back then it was his son doing all the work? I don't know. What if his kid made this? What if his kid made the chicken? Although he could make like simple animals like this back in the day. But like that was shape, not flavor. I think I see what's happening here. His kid was there to like taste test everything. But when he wasn't, Gusto had no idea what it was like tasting like since he couldn't taste anything. So the kid was his taste tester. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? He wasn't just spending quality time with his father, he was playing a much more pivotal role than that. Just wanted him to see me hard at work, to show him I was trying my best for us. Who knows, maybe it was him being here that helped me do so well in those early rounds.
He talks a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me.
Yeah, indeed. Thankfully, we would only have to give such an idea credence if a story were true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Gusto prided himself on the flavor of his creations, but then he lost his sense of taste. He must have had a tough time maintaining his high standards after such a devastating loss, unless... I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on, but that wasn't all he was here to do, was it? You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor, but why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here? To steal other people? Okay. I want to see what happens if I say stealing. I want to see what Kay has to say about that. You had your son steal your rival's creations. You mean like scone, biting bits and pieces off of them? How would that have helped me? I don't know, I thought Kay might have something to say about stealing. To make it for you, you didn't do any of the work. Alright. Alright, I just had to see. I don't know, I thought Kay might have something to say about stealing the other people's work. But nah, he was your taste tester. Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusto. Ugh, he was my biggest fan, of course he knew it. In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, no? What are you implying? You've already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations tasted good. Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you. He was helping you by taste testing your work. Oh. Wah! Dang, now it all makes sense. Frost's stuff tasted good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still here. Ah. You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor, but do you seriously think I'd trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know. Even back then. It's your own son, did you now? Pride even though you were cheating? My designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anyone else's. You think I'd risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? This is just more speculation, that's all it is. You used your son. In that case, I asked to speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much of your story he can corroborate. Ha ha ha. Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern. What? As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Zhang Fa to start my training and cut all ties. Oh, you're a terrible dad. What? You abandoned your own child. And that ain't the half of it. No one knows where he is even now. What if it is Bronco Knight? Katsu looks all over for him, but no dice. Okay, so he would have been like elementary school age. It's probably close to Miles Edgeworth's age around this time. Like, his son would probably be like mid-20s right about now. So far, the only people in their mid-20s we've met have mid-20s we've met have been Bronco Knight and Simeon Saint. I don't know. What if his kid ran away to the circus? What if it was Simeon Saint and he ran away to the circus? Even if they have different last names, it doesn't matter. God, this guy sucks. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. Oh my god. I got my sense of taste back. What need to... Oh my god, that is such a fucked up thing to say! Silence in the courtroom. While Mr. Gusto's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. Girl! Therefore, Mr. Etchworth, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat. Yeah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to surface now, proof or otherwise.
Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something. If we don't, the truth might be lost forever.
Ugh! Where are you, Detective Gumshoe? What if Gumshoe's not his kid? That's not good. Gumshoe's not his kid. Whose blood is this? That's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. Hey Miles, sorry to cut in on your Mind Palace. Mind Palace mention? Okay, Herlock Sholmes. But I was pondering something myself. Our friend Gusto didn't come here just to check up on the body, did he? You mean because he tried to open the case? Exactamundo, think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that? We might. Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence. That's quite enough idle chatter, Defense. Now, if you... Mr. Edgeworth, sir, sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you, Gumshoe, always at the most dramatic moments. Speak of the devil. I take it you have the results, Detective? Yes, sir, the lab just got back to me. I love how sometimes these things take, like, forensics take instantly, and sometimes it takes a long time, depending on what's better for the story. If it's an important, like, case-breaking piece of evidence, then they'll bring it in last. If it's something that, like, is just a piece of the puzzle, but not, like, game-changing, we get it immediately. Oh, brother. Detective, please, court is in session. I know, plot! It's all for the plot! Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of?
What? Hey, no fair! Why didn't anybody tell me about any of this?
It is indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked him to carry it out.
What the? Why is everybody always helping you? Aren't you the best? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here.
Mr. Winner, I'm sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Wow.
Huh, alright.
So, Detective Gumshoe, what did the tests have to tell us? You're not gonna believe this, but the owner of the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is Carmelo Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack. Did Frost try to kill him? What are you talking about? Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct.
Well, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of the blood to this blood to this case? It's only the very thing the perpetrator of the IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as finding your blood lying next to Mr. Frost's body. Uh-oh. Why would there be traces of your blood there, of all places, Mr. Gusto? We're running the dog course now, baby. If you won't answer on him, Mr. Gusto, then I will. There wasn't just blood in the liquid from the Gemini case, there were traces of salt and sugar, too. There were. And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed. Oh yeah. You're talking about what Delicia told us back then, right? Was the blood making it salty? Oh my god. I've never tried ice so scrumptious all my life. My man, I wish I could have had a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. Did she eat his blood? The liar, and only the liar, tasted as if it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry. Very interesting. Then perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth, where did the salt on the lyre come from? Oh, was it just the salt lamp? Oh! This is the lamp from the IS-7 incident. So, this is frost blood on it, right? Okay. Damn, so we ate part of a salt lamp. And I believe that the salt that gave the lyre its flavor came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karma had established that both salt lamps were in Mr. Tangaroa's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost. And it was stained with his blood. But no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Aye, because the culprit had chucked the piece of chocolate with that on into the little stream. Furthermore, aside from the lion, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either. Hey, come to think of it, the lamps are found in Alicia's room are both broken. The lamps appear to be broken. Both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor? We never did figure out how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted, but are we thinking maybe it had Gusto's blood on it at some point? Ah. Anyone whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police. So the killer needed to hide the blood somehow, and in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Are you seriously suggesting that the lyre was used to do just that? I am. I suspect the bloody salt was somehow applied to the lyre so it could be hidden inside the case. So did Delicia and Tangaroa eat part of his blood? I mean, obviously not all of it, because there was still some in there. Because unlike the Phantom Water, the sculptures would have needed more time and care to test properly. And so he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the lyre undetected. Then, the reason he's here today is 18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan. They're vampires now, no way! Thus a new dilemma arose. How could he be sure that neither Mr. Frost's body nor the evidence wouldn't be discovered someday? So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks. Well, Mr. Gusto, are you finally ready to admit it? That you are the one responsible for the IS-7 incident? We still have at least one more testimony to get through. We didn't get the final testimony music yet. Mr. Gusto, it's all because of you that Samson... Ha 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 ha! Brother. Gusto? So I finally got caught, huh? All these years later? Nobody came close back then, not even the big shot prosecutor or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you. You admit it then, that you murdered Artie Frost? Ha 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 ha! Sure I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had... Oh my god. Okay, who do you think you are, Velma? Do a little cell block tango for us here? Come on. Put on the heels, buddy. Start dancing. What do you mean by that? He agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. Yes, that power pose. He had it coming. He had it coming. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on the day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost, we had a deal. Sorry, I'm not... This guy isn't actually French, but I'm gonna give him a French accent. A bad French accent. It's not gonna sound French. I'm not agreeing to help you in the final. Our little agreement is over, Gusto. I don't know what accent that is. Put on the heels, start dancing as a Miles tells Phoenix, stop. But I helped you. I spent all day yesterday making the ice for your pieces. Did you? And you can prove that, I suppose. He's fake French. He has a fake French accent. I don't care. You were planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? After Frost double-crossed me, he double-frosted me. I had to make my piece for the final myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either. So much for the pride you claim to have had in your ability to make delicious desserts. Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it's like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything to become the best. Everything! I take pride in that. Something someone like you could never understand. How? You're right. I don't understand. Do you take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder? Or that you abandoned your son? Why would I want to understand someone who could do such things? Get his ass, Edgeworth! A man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final. Did you invite him? And in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why.
Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son?
How am I supposed to know? I told you he's none of my concern anymore. According to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either.
He's gonna be important. He's gotta be like Bronco Knight or Simeon Saint.
He either joined the Secret Service or the circus.
And you don't care? You're horrible!
So with his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct? Yeah, I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and snuck into Tangaroa's room. It should have been so easy. All I had to do was photograph the formulas I needed and get out of there. But then Frost showed up. I thought I might find you here. This is so bad. Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook, huh? You can't do this. Frost! What is this? A cure for taste disorders? Oh no, that's just too tragic. A confectioner who can't taste anything. What will people say? If you tell anybody, I'll... Ah! You can't even hit me, you miserable worm. Why, you? Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him. Knocked me clean off my feet. Crashed into one of the lamps. Must have been when my blood got on it.
So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt.
When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of that blood somehow, so I scraped off all the bloody bits. I dissolved those salt shavings in some flavored ice mixture and brushed it all over the harp. And that's how he made the evidence linking you to the murder of Anish. Frost was going to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition. So you decided you had to kill him. Is it really that big of a deal for a confectioner to not have a sense of taste? Is it really that serious? Aha! Yes, I guess I did. Why would I let him live when you want someone holding something like that over your head? Oh my god, I'm hiccuping. He's the one who drew first blood and makes for a solid case of salt. Yeah, he pushed me, so I bludgeoned him to death. Totally justifiable. So that was the impetus behind it all. Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. And straight there, once I figured out how I was going to hide the bloody part. Inspired by all the ice sculpting tools lying about the place, I guess. Well, not as dumb as you pretend to be, yeah. I figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the harp was easy. But why Samson? Why Samson? Why did you have to frame him? Is it really that career ending? I guess if you if you don't even know what your own things taste like, I guess it's hard to judge your own work. But, huh. I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault, you and the rest of them. Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and cloths back in Scone's room? There's only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room for another contestant, and that's to cast suspicion on that person. He wanted to frame Scone. What? You tried to frame me, Gusty Pants? Ugh, yeah. But why? Why poor old me? I respected Tangaroa. He was the best, a true champion. I would never have wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. In a kitchen, the quality and taste is everything, otherwise your product won't sell. That makes sense, yeah. You deserve to be punished for what you did. Oh, Gusty, how could you? Had you refrained from eating Tangaroa's work, Frost's body wouldn't have been found. My plan was to wait until Tangaroa was judging your room. That's when I'd sneak the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. But thanks to you, Bounty found it before I had a chance to retrieve it. I don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all? Ha, why indeed? Mr. Edgeworth, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Gusto need to freeze Mr. Frost's body? Obscure the time of death. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. They determined the murder occurred during the afternoon tea. He would have been an obvious suspect. Ha ha ha! Bingo! Raising Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. So I decided to put his body in the chest in Tangaroa's room while I got everything ready in Frost's. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up and making the whole ship collapse.
I still don't get it though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all?
The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it at least until it was fully frozen.
How awful!
Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder. Ironically, Tangaroa would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before I got out of his room. If only things had gone to plan. He wouldn't have even been arrested, let alone convicted.
You mean it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson? That was all because I found the... No, girlie, you can't blame yourself.
Don't let him get inside your head, Judes. None of this is your fault. If it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gusto. Yo, to pass it off as an ice sculpture is wild. I know, he sinks to new levels of depravity with each thing, literally! Like, he is going to, like, the lowest depths of hell. Didn't help the initial detective was so bad at his job either. He never even told the prosecutor that the body had vanished. So then Mr. Voncomma had unwittingly placed Mr. Tangaroa under arrest in the absence of a body. I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. Still, you'd think he'd notice something as big as that if he'd taken a look at a few reports, right? Not if someone had been deliberately distorting the facts of the case, though. So who... Yeah. Was somebody else twisting things, or was it just Voncomma, like, doing all that? Either way, it seems that Mr. Voncomma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. But admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record. Oh my god! So he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangaroa regardless.
Can this really be true? You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you!
Ha ha ha! Sticks and stones, girlie, sticks and stones.
What a jerk! I ought to arrest you right now, Belle!
I see where this is going. I see where this is going. He's gonna be like, statute of limitations, blah, 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 blah. But he was out of the country! He was in Jangfa! Therefore, he can still be prosecuted. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, Detective. Ha ha ha! So you noticed how glad somebody did. The judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me.
What? Why? You just confessed to murder!
Ha ha ha! No idea, huh? But I guess I better lay it out for you. This is not the last testimony? I killed Frost 18 years ago. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math, you can't arrest me. You'd think I'd have confessed otherwise. I know, I'm hulking out here.
Oh, that's right. The statute of limitations is only 15 years. Is this really the end of the line, Mr. Edgeworth?
Once the statute is expired, he can be charged, so...
But...
How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusto's confession and your deductions will have to be struck from the record. And that Mr. Tangaroa's conviction will remain in place. Girl, you have to know this wrong. We've finally proven the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gusto, surely Mr. Tangaroa has grounds for a retrial on that basis? Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess's judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine. So she's not even gonna try. So the committee means for the verdict from... Was somebody other than Voncomma twisting things in the past? Changing the facts of it all? Oh, bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor. There must be something we can do. He was out of the country. I'm gonna press for dialogue.
Hold it!
The passage of time doesn't diminish what you did, Mr. Gusto. It sure diminishes one thing, though. Your ability to arrest me.
We can arrest you real good. I could have you in cuffs before you even blink, pal. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
This issue isn't as open and shut as you're making it out to be, Detective.
Good God.
Hold it!
Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet. Yeah.
Ha ha ha, this ought to be good.
Alright, I got nothing to hide. If there's something you want to ask it. Very well. Tell us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to the formula from that book. And not so long after that, I went to Zhengfa. That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then, huh? Could be. I left. Let's see. Around a year after the murder. It was before Tangaroa was last taken court. Going to Zhengfa was the best thing I ever did. Labor, design, I'm the full package now. Oh my god. Lang mentioned. And all on the backs of those whose lives you destroyed. Jesus! What's an omelet without a few eggs? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor, nothing!
You're evil.
Sticks and stones, girlie! You can't arrest me and that's all that matters. His training in Zhengfa. I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Zhengfa, if you wouldn't mind. Fine. You finally became the best in the world.
Objection!
The statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following condition. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country, which means the time you spent abroad doesn't count towards the total time under the statute. Running through the dog course, baby!
No way. So it's like someone hit pause while he was in Zhengfa?
It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet, but that will depend on how long you stayed in Zhengfa, Mr. Gusto. Was 3 years exactly. 3 years, hold on. Nobody say anything untold on the map? 17 years? Okay, it should be 14 years. Murder happened 18 years back, statute is 15 years. 3 overseas.
15 plus 3 makes exactly 18.
I know, that's why you never confess.
Mr. Edgeworth, you did it. The statute hasn't expired after all.
Ha ha! Bingo! 18 years exactly! Glad you worked it out for yourselves. He's just been stringing us along this whole time. What was that thing he was holding? It's like air pumps for like pumping out like aerated sugar.
Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? We can arrest him now.
Hate to break it to you, little sis, but IS-7 went down at the end of December. It's still past, yeah. Strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost murder. If Gusto's stay in Zhengfa really lasted 3 years on the nose, it's not enough. We're a few months short. Did he come back to the States immediately after that, though? It's okay, no worries. I honestly didn't even know that was a thing until I even played this case.
Not enough, but...
What did I tell you? You can't touch me! Ah! That's a laughing noise. Ah! I hate to admit, but he read the board well when he made his confession. How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. If only the statute had been suspended for another year. Wait a minute. It is another year. Hold up. From the time of... It's suspended from the time of indictment to the end of their trial. The statute wasn't active for the first year. It's still active right now. There's 4 months left on it. Or, like, there is still time on it. Maybe not 4 months left on it, but you know what I mean. Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. And you, Mr. Edgeworth, have failed. There must be something I can do. I knew it. Well, if the law can't bring Mr. Gusto to justice, then... Judes, what are you thinking? She gonna turn to crime?
Objection!
There's no need to go out into your rap sheet just yet. She could try to break him out of jail? Girl! We're not done here, far from it. Because there's still a way we can nail him.
There is?
Alright, Melzarino, pep talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about the case. Gusto's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about. Which is? He wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? Best I can tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down that day is. Yeah! Which means there's still one way left to us. Crack open your statutes for dummies there, and take another look. 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed him like a pretty picture. But if we make good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusto pay in full for what he's done. Panda, are you? Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. Samson's my client, Miles, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So whether we play our last card or not, it's gonna have to be up to you. I think we have to. It was suspended for the first year, yeah. Statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Bringing Mr. Gusto to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. We gotta do it. Oh my god, you stay welcome! Ace, Twitch Attorney, Kilometers, and Worth. Yes, that's my real name. How are you doing? My father and Mr. Von Karma, one sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow. The one that seeks to reveal the truth. You're just like old Greggy! This court has reached its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusto has been found not guilty on all counts.
Objection!
No, Your Honor! Mr. Carmelo Gusto is absolutely guilty, and I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished. Let's run through the dog course one more time. Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest? I do.
Take that!
Okay. Is there a particular page? Okay. Convicted as an accomplice. Suspect data. I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangeroa was convicted as an accomplice, and it took around 1 year from his indictment for the verdict to be reached. Yes, that does seem to be the case. The book you just gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitations for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute is suspended if the suspect flees the country, and another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. What? Tangeroa was convicted as an accomplice? Yep, guess you were in Zhengfa when the verdict came down. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator. Which is clearly news to you, and not good news either, am I right? But how can that be? Tangeroa wasn't an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent and you know it. Oh, we know it. It's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. You spent 3 years in Zhengfa, and your accomplice, Samson Tangeroa, was on trial for 1 year. It means you can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitations hasn't expired at all. The goddess's judgment is invaluable, but that of her servants, it appears, is not. It seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred. Unbelievably, we may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry. No! How could this? You weren't supposed to...
Objection!
18 years, that's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusto, and not a moment too soon. Get him. Get his ass. But I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance has been recognized. I give up everything for this. Everything! Even my son! More's the pity. Blah, blah, blah. But you can't run from the law forever, because the bills come due at last. Uh-oh, breakdown. Oh my god. Well. How is that not the end though? Because it didn't play the final. Is there gonna be one final like cross-examination? Because they didn't play the final like different like theme song for the last testimony. It says case gave me diabetes. I know, I like want to eat like something sweet now. Like I want to eat all of this. Hopefully it's like gluten-free. If it's not made with like, if it's not made with like cake, I could probably eat it. I know, Eddie does kind of have like Milady vibes a little bit. It's a little off-putting, I'm not gonna lie, but he is warming up to me. My first impression of him was not great, but he is warming up to me. Mr. Gusto's all set for his trip downtown, sir.
Oh, good. Which means it's your turn next, right?
I suppose so. Judes. I'm so sorry, everybody. I've caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusto to justice at last. I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your actions, Miss Bound. Those actions were born of the legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return, on behalf of the prosecution. Oh no, I have no one to blame but myself for it all. Starting with those sculptures. Hey Judes, you think maybe you might want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newbie anymore. And there's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything. Yeah, he should just keep the hat on. And the top of his hair, it's like all like smoothed down too. Like he's gonna have like permanent hat hair. Aww. Oh, I'd be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender. Girl, what are those? Are those like whipped cream tears, girly? What the hell? I'm sorry, ma'am, but you gotta come with me now. Of course. Goodbye. You're really sleepy? No worries, Delvin. Oh, I took a cry more small puff. I'm glad I can, because that would be kind of freaky. Judge Gabel. Why did you lie to us? Lie? What are you talking about? You imply that there was no case for a retrial, but as we've proven, that wasn't true. The committee's corrupt. The committee's trying to hide something. Good night, Delvin. Have good sleeps. Is this our final cross-examination? Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found. I am under no obligation to answer such questions. You clearly have no intention of doing so either. Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you'll be called to appear before the committee in due course. Girl. Now, I must be on my way.
What the heck? And after you caught the real killer and everything! Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do?
Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today.
Mr. Etchworth, he finished what his father started! Aww! Hey, Mr. Edgeworth!
Yes?
Why did you stick your nose in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job!
My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winner. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person.
I don't get it.
I wouldn't expect you to understand, not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner.
That's going way over my head.
home. Oh, sweetie, please. Find a better mentor.
What was that all about?
Eustace still has a lot to learn is all. Who put these ideas in his head? Was it his dad? He said something about dad. Like, his dad saying that, like, men are foolish creatures or whatever. I don't know. Mousy Wazzy! Yes? I just wanted to say old Greggy Pegleg would have been proud of you today. Oh, look at me tearing up. That, and thanks for helping poor Sammy Poople. Of course. We are foolish, I guess, but... Man, please get Eustace to therapy. Hey, Edgy, looks like you cleared everything up, huh? So what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait, where did Judy and Verity go? Oh my god, dude!
Oh, you really weren't paying attention, you really weren't paying attention, were you?
Can we push him in the fountain, please? No, I am loath to admit it, Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Yeah, at least nobody was flying in these sketches. Not that I'm about to tell him that! Quit with the glaring, will you? Whatever I did, I'm sorry! Calm down, Larry, I wasn't glaring at you. Are we gonna give him the candies? You totally were. You just like your pop. He was a terrible liar too. He was? Oh! Stop! Listen, I'm gonna head out. Need to fill Samson in on what went down today. You wanna come with? Yes, of course.
Great, then I'm coming too.
We're gonna give him candy again, and his hair's gonna turn dark again.
So what's Mr. Tangaroa like? I can't wait to finally meet him.
Oh, he's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. It's my 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and guards alike.
Really? That sounds awesome. You think there'll be any left for us to try?
Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate? We did, yeah, that was never brought up before. Could they have been some of Mr. Tangaroa's baked goods? Or that we saw those and they were never brought up again. Aww.
Gummy, what are you doing here?
Y'all were coming to see Mr. Tangaroa, so I volunteered to escort him. Hello, new friends. I'm Samson Tangaroa. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service.
And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday.
It's very nice to meet you both. Miles here is Gregory's son. Is that so? Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession and... Don't worry, Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Fender has explained everything to me. Sure did. And now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago. The truth? Truth-telling. I'm gonna style your hair like Edgeworth with the big, like, curtains. Nice. Judy did all that for me? Crazy kid backed her brain for 18 years until she finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you. Oh, Judy, I never did anything to deserve such devotion. Come now, Mr. Tangaroa. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years after all. Man, fatherhood is the theme of this case, isn't it? It's not too style her off your current hair, just more angled. So it's doable. Man. Fathers and children. Except Gusto was a terrible father, but Tangaroa and Gregory are good fathers. You think so? I guess I better the candies! Okay, I hope it is we haven't used these yet.
Take that!
Those chocolates, Judy made to them, didn't she? Yes, she did.
They're super delicious and sweet.
Miss Bound continued making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day. So that there would always be some waiting for you when you finally came home. Judy. Aww. I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they? Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish we could hand them to you. Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later. Which would be a clear breach of prison policy, not that I have the authority now to stop him anyway. Thank you very much. You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad. Really, pal? Because I look up to him a lot. He's my role model. You don't say. It seems like fate likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh? You hang in there, Samson. Just a little longer. I should be able to get you out soon. I'm sorry it'll take so long. Sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice. Don't be silly, Eddie.
Oh my god, Luxury! Hello, how are you doing? Thank you for being here. I'm doing pretty well, just wrapping up a case here.
Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather... Thank you, truly. Samson. Well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. I better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie. Leave it to me, big guy.
It still bothers me that we didn't get the final actual, like, final theme music for that last cross-examination. Like, clearly something's wrapping up, but, like, that's bugging me. Because that normally, it's different. I don't know. I'm overthinking it again.
The IS-7 incident. It's been 18 long years, but the case we'd inherited from my father is finally coming to a close. I'm still concerned about Gusto's son, though. Hey, Miles. Thanks for today. And sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that. Not at all. I simply made the call that felt right to me.
Huh? What are you guys talking about?
You know how Samson was wrongfully convicted? We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusto. Oh, what? But to use his false conviction against him, even to save him. As his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, I can see it.
So they're not saying... Okay. Like a Supernatural season finale without Kansas.
Real! It just doesn't feel incomplete.
It just doesn't feel complete. Wow. But now that Gusto is behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned. Yes, and I'm sure you will.
Oh, wait a minute. Does this mean even if you were only doing what's right, that the false conviction had been overturned before today and Mr. Gusto would have gotten away scot-free?
Yep. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect.
Because of things like legal contradictions, right?
Yeah, but you never know. Things might change. The law is always evolving, just like us humans, but someday I'll know what law is. God, top 5 Apollo moments, but someday I'll know what law is. Your Uncle Eddie and Mauzerino included, am I right? The potential for growth and change. In people and in the law, huh? You grew and changed, Miles! So Miles, is he gonna try to... Buddy. He's a prosecutor. And by the end of this game, he might be on the way to becoming chief prosecutor. Are you gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. I know. Let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. I mean, we know he stays as a prosecutor, but God. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle.
Bye.
I owe you big time, and I always repay my debts. But for now, goodbye. Thanks again for today. I mean it.
Goodbye. Did he seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here to you?
What's he doing? He did. And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, it gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case. When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Von Karma, I learned the way of the prosecutor instead. This game would have hit different for those of us that played the later games if you didn't know his future. Yeah, I totally get that. Cause this game came out before Dual Destinies, which is when he makes his comeback as chief prosecutor. So like, nobody knew what he was up to at this time. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live.
Can you name one of those good friends for me, please?
Now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. It may be time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not. Edgeworth and... Is Eddie hiding something? Hey, Gregory. Did he want to get out of there because he was gonna cry? Sorry for reporting in so late. Aww. May have taken 18 years. We're finally in position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy Miles. You couldn't have done it without him. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills. It was like I was watching you. Aww. Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were. Those guiding principles you tried to instill in me, I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. Oh! Stop! Stop, 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 stop! Don't show me this! No! Eddie, are you in the right headspace to receive news that could possibly hurt you? Because I don't think Edward's going to do it. What is it? Prosecutor attorney, what's the right answer? What path should I choose? Ah! Oh, Edgy. I'm scared for you. Oh, honey. A turnabout Forsaken. Okay. Interesting. We did it. K! I see a K silhouette. All right. Well, that's where we're gonna call it for today, because I'm hungry, it's late, I need food. Thank you all so much for being here. We got through another case. There will be no stream tomorrow, because my plans for last week that were postponed are happening tomorrow instead. So no stream tomorrow. We will start case 4 on Tuesday, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're on track to finish this by next week, I think. But thank you all so much for being here. Is there anybody that I know that's live right now? I don't know if there is, because it's kind of late. I think I'll just end there. I'll just end it there, but thank you all again for being here. Have a great rest of your day or night or time zone, and